How are you today? Sorry, I had just tried to go live, but then the OBS, which is the system that I'm using, crashed on me. So fucking, I had to restart the whole damn thing. Alright, so basically today I'm going to be bitching about some social issues in the context of an altercation I had with a person named Cass Sinclair. Now, she and I had a discussion about several issues from business practices to cultural appropriation to the overall discussion of bringing in outside family issues discussed and things like that. Um, and fucking yeah. So I think it's gonna be interesting for value alignment. I do want to try and keep this whole thing as short as I can, but as per usual, I brought up a lot of material to look at, so that will probably make it, relatively long. Um, I was debating like going back and forth between like showing the conversations and the content that I do have of what happened because I don't have screenshots of everything. I just have like I started taking screenshots at the point where it all started occurring on my business page on. I don't have any screenshots of anything that happened before then. And because of getting bought and blocking everybody between those two things happening on with different pages, um, I can't see that to screenshot it. So on that level, it's like you either believe me or you don't, and that's totally fine. I try to be clear, but you know, I do get rambly. Um, so yeah, fucking I don't know. I cannot speak today. Okay. Yes. So let's do this thing. We're talking about Cass Sinclair in particular, and the whole situation that happened with that. Some people within my inner circle already know about that, and then some people that saw what happened at the time know what happened because they watched it, you know. But I didn't like go around just like whatever because it was really. But you'll see. It's up to you. It's all value alignment. I think however you feel about it, I think it's gonna be kind of aligned with your personal experiences in life. For me, with these types of issues, if you don't think I'm a safe space for reasons regarding needing to decolonize more, I think that's probably valid because like I'm pretty aware. I mean, I'm obviously there's a lot of ways in which I'm not aware that I need to decolonize because if I don't experience a form of discrimination, I don't know what it's like to live that experience. So therefore, I don't always understand, you know, what I could be doing wrong, right? That doesn't mean I'm not doing something wrong or that doesn't change the impact of my harm. It's just to say, you know, um, there are ways in which I'm harmful that I don't even know about. So I acknowledge that, right? And then fucking on the ways that I know about, I know I'm not perfect. I do try to work on it. I do think one thing I like about myself is that I do genuinely try to work on myself. I don't think that's an excuse or a shield or means that, okay, well now I can just go do and say whatever the fuck I want because I'm working on myself. No, right? I'm a human being, so I don't think I have any form of like moral superiority when I go into these videos and posts and content that I make where I will publicly discuss things. But I feel I will say things like when I process it or see it happen, whether it's in a moment or whether it is, online or virtual or any like. I'm the type of person that I will typically just say how I feel like where the situation is occurring at because I just feel it's the most transparent way for me to be, and that's how I move through life. So, because otherwise, with my mental health, say I decide to wait till later, I could forget, and then it comes out, right? That could happen. Then I come out like a volcano if I don't. And that sort of happened in this altercation where there were things I already didn't like about her, And because I just didn't like those things when this fight happened, those blew out of me. I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing at me processing how I am. But fucking anyway, which it might be the same thing, but it's different to me. I don't know. It's all connected though, I guess. So yeah, all right. But I said I was gonna make this short if I could, but here I am, like.
One eternity later.
Hi, my name is Lexi, also known as and doing business as Deaf Child. In 2022, my company was listed as number 14 Best Louisiana Events Companies and Startups. I have been doing business as Deaf Child since 2013. I have my Bachelor of Science in Music Industry Studies and Business Administration, and deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. And I've got about 50 certifications in marketing and sales that you can find at noladeafchild.com. About that, my roommate just woke up, so he was knocking on my door, and then I don't think that I fucking muted my self whenever I was like, oh, I'm coming, because I heard him knock. And speaking of hearing him knock, even though if you're paying attention to the introduction, my little intro role that I did, I explain my deafness to people all the time, like, so I hear nothing on my left side, and on my right side I don't hear a third of the ABCs. I don't hear higher frequencies. I have sensorineural deafness. I can hear lower frequencies. And all the time, people are like, if you can't hear high notes, how come you can hear low ones? You're not deaf. I can still hear things like knocks a lot of times. Like if it's loud enough, you know. People are interesting. I'm like, tell me you don't know how sound works without telling me you don't know how sound works. But this is all actually kind of relevant to the discussion that we'll be having later in the broader context of all of these comments I'll be discussing. And fucking also I think when you look at the wording of everything, the value alignment speaks for itself, in my opinion. Because people who typically haven't really done much decolonizing work don't typically care about discrimination. And people who typically are on a decolonizing journey, in my opinion, even if you're upset about something, you're going to care about discrimination. Like, if you're decolonizing, you're going to be like, let me make sure I get your pronouns right while I tell you off, right? Versus if you're not decolonized, you'll be like, I don't care if I use the right pronouns or not, because I'm telling you off. Unless I can kind of see doing that in a hypothetical, to make a hypothetical point, but I'm talking about like misgendering with malice, you know what I'm saying? Not that I think you should just go misgender people to make hypothetical points, but I've actually seen trans people misgender each other, and then, I don't know, it got weird. But I don't know if that's weird for me to talk about. Why am I bringing it up here? This is just how my mind is. Okay. But yeah, so what I'm about to do right now is actually just kind of sum up and kind of tell you kind of like my summary of the conflict. So this right here, if you don't want to watch the whole rest of the video, is just going to be a summary of my opinion and of what happened and a summary of what we're going to be talking about the entire live. So fucking I don't have screenshots for everything we'll be discussing. What I have screenshots for is everything that occurred on my page on um in MySpace because of, blocking. I don't remember because I had started a live and then I had to stop a live and then I got interrupted by my roommate. And so I don't remember if I said this or not. So if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. But yeah, so fucking I had to fucking what was I saying? Why am I like this? Oh yeah, I don't have screenshots for everything because fucking blocking people and getting blocked, between all of that and just not thinking about it. And sometimes you'll be just annoyed at people, arguing with them, bitching at them, fuck them. You're not thinking, let me just take screenshots of everything because you're not arguing to call people like there's like a difference between telling someone what you have a problem with them for versus calling someone out with malice. So, what happened with Cass Sinclair originally and I is that basically, she had made a post talking about where the altercation occurred, and is where she had made a post originally about how she was fucking with orders as a DoorDash driver um, for customers. And I was basically just like, that's not fucking cool. She was saying it was because she wasn't making tips. Um, I still don't think that's cool. I'm not saying, she shouldn't be getting tipped. I still think she should be getting tipped. Um, I just don't think, well, if she's doing a good, like, if she's not fucking with their shit, I think she should be getting tipped. But like theoretically, I believe she should be tipped on the premise of anyone should be making a living wage should do their job right. Like I'm not saying I don't think she should be making a living wage, but what I'm saying is I don't think she should be fucking with people's shit. That really just pisses me off for so many reasons. And it's just I don't even want to have to get into that because I have to. This whole live, I've put up sources on so much other shit that I forgot to pull up a source on whether or not it should be ethical to fuck with someone's shit. But I don't think I should have to argue that one. If we have to argue on that, you and I just really don't have value alignment. And honestly, if we have to argue on the rest of this shit, we don't have value alignment. But on a lot of the rest of this, I could see why people. Ooh, I just hit my bone, funny bone. Could see why people have like misinformation or why there's different information out there or why people may not have heard of some of this shit before. That I could see. And I can understand how when you're only surrounded by other white people telling you what you're doing is good, you don't understand other cultural perspectives or world history enough to really understand the impact of your actions. That type of shit I get, but so I had like been wanting to do this video, but I had also because this happened months ago, but when this happened, I'd already been planning and working on all of this other shit that I've been putting out that I didn't want to put off this other stuff I've been working um, on top of my work life and everything for this. You know what I'm saying? But I have been sick because I was out with COVID, and so I just, mentally checked out of work for two shakes of a lamb's tail. Two shakes of a lamb's tail, Tail. Yeah, fucking captioner. The spelling is right, but it did not get either of me saying it right. That's funny. Okay, but yeah, so we basically got into a fight because I felt like she was basically antagonizing people that don't tip her. And she was also bragging about doing so before she was even done with them. Dude. So yeah, so she left me bad reviews on Facebook and Google. Which, if she left me one review on Facebook, I wouldn't really care because it's like an eye for an eye. And it's not that like, or it's like, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, it hasn't really impacted my business. It's just more of like, I know people can see it, and so therefore I want to put this up too. So I will make sure people also see this in a way. Like, okay, well, if you want to have that side, get this side too. Get both the facts, make your own decisions after. I'm not telling you how to feel. You feel how you want. I'm just letting you know what's in my head. What's in your head? In your head, zombie. That is interesting. The captioner can get me singing, but you can't get me speaking. What the fuck? Anywho, but alright. But what's wild also to me, like what I care about her leaving me multiple reviews, here's what I care about. She was leaving me bad reviews from multiple accounts, right? But she was talking to me as if it wasn't her. But then her friend admitted to me it was her. Let that marinate. I said, actually, I don't know how to spell this word. Marinate. Is that how you spell marinate? Yes, yes, it is. All right, fuck. That's what I had said. Let that marinate. Okay. Now, she's accusing me of ableism, saying that I bring down disabled people because I criticized her for how she antagonizes others. And she does this while using a lot of ableist vernacular against me. And I never used any ableist vernacular against her. I just happened to be criticizing her. She just happens to be disabled. So am I. So if anything, we could say it's perhaps lateral violence, internalized ableism, but I don't really think the concept of just the fact that two disabled people are criticizing each other is ableism. If she had criticized me and just said, I don't like her, she's a bitch, fuck her, I actually wouldn't really have a video to make about this. She can just not like me. She can hate my fucking guts. She can talk shit about me. But there is a very big difference between insulting someone and talking shit about me versus specifically using discriminatory words. And we're going to look at everything she is saying to me and how I believe she weaponizes her community against me as well. So I believe she had gotten her friends to come after me because I believe she made a post about me. And they were body shaming me for having nudes out on public. They were trying to claim that I'm not deaf. And they were saying just like a bunch of fucked up shit to me. And I actually, if I said something discriminatory to them, it is my time to learn. Hello. Let's tell me somebody so I can better myself, damn it. But I don't believe I said anything discriminatory to them. I don't believe on premise me talking shit on them is necessarily itself discriminatory unless I say something that is. You know what I'm saying? Now, I did leave one bad review first. I think the location of the review matters. I left a review on her tarot reading page. And the reason I felt it was fine to leave it there is one, it's not her main source of income. So therefore I'm not attacking the way she makes a living. The way she makes a living is DoorDash. Alright? Theoretically. So I literally did not impact her money or her ability to make a living. Two, I believe the way she practices tarot reading is cultural appropriation of Romani culture. You don't have to believe me. You can disagree with me. That's up to you. I'm not here to change your mind. I have sources that show why I believe what I believe. Um, and my work in anti-discrimination and where I've come from and what I've been taught is, do your best to speak up when you see it. So I think one thing about being comfortable with white people is we get, like, for example, like, to put it into context of some shit happening today, I forgot this dude's name, but some white dude gave a speech to a bunch of white women that was basically extremely misogynistic about how white women should stay at home or something like that. And apparently, I don't know what happened. I just saw a post about this later, and I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying it like I don't know what specifically happened, so I'm being very broad. I believe what I've been told. Apparently now white women are specifically going and asking black women to go tell this white dude something about telling them that. And I think that is interesting, right? Because white women, we uphold, um, we submit to white supremacy and then we uphold it. And then we kind of expect others to do the labor to deconstruct it or to make it better instead of doing that labor ourselves. Um, that's kind of my point, right? And so then it's like, from that reasoning, what I've been taught is that when you have white privilege, it is actually, I think I've been told recently that actually, oh shit, this is why I'm not supposed to be speaking on these things. But because I don't think it's my place to be speaking on these things, but I also don't think that there's like a right way necessarily for me to talk about like I don't know how I'm going to talk about me trying to decolonize if I don't somewhat discuss what I'm trying to learn or process either. Not that I think I should be the spokesperson for these issues. Okay. Um, but anywho, so I did leave them one bad review first on that tarot reading thing, but I did not get others to go attack them like they did me. And speaking of, I think it's like Cece Suarez. She says like, "This is not a zoo. Don't pet the animals" or some shit like that. I forgot. Uh, PET. PET. Fucking captioner. P E T. This is like Wheel of Fortune. Can I get a vowel? Fucking um damn shit. Fucking alright, sorry. Okay. I was basically saying like don't pet the animals. God damn it, I tried. That's close enough though. That one at least made sense. Alright, fucking captioner. Okay, so and then they're trying to say that I'm a scam and all this shit, but not a single one of them have ever worked with me. So the only thing they can really say I'm a scam about is my content, or they can say I'm a scam because I guess they don't like me as a person. I don't know. They don't like that I criticize them or something. I don't know. But if you look, every content I post, all of my marketing sources, I literally credit everything that I share. I share the sources on everything, or I discuss the methodologies and the specific ideas and the terminologies that you can look up yourself. And you can decide for yourself what works for you. Take what works for you, leave what doesn't. That's why I don't perceive anything scammy about what I do, because I have free services. You can access everything about me for free through the affiliate program. Free consultations. You get my free company cookbook. You get everything I know about marketing for free if you want it. I have free online self-paced classes. I've got pay what you want options. I've got so much free shit. It's like you don't have to buy a damn thing from me. And I give you everything you need to make a living and to know how to do marketing for free if you want it. Literally. And if you're seeing this and you're interested in any of that, like I can let me know. I'll fucking send you some shit. Like literally and tell you what the services are. Like I also have a fucking Discord server chat. Like anytime someone literally messages me and have a question, I give them free help. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I do so much work. They've never worked with me on any sort of marketing or deaf advocacy or sales or PR capacity. None of these people. And I would never work with them anyway. But yeah, fucking I just feel like they don't value others and they don't value me, therefore proving my original point about how I feel she antagonizes others. You know what I'm saying? So that's my summary of this entire fucking live stream that we're about to go into. And now we're about to just kind of go over the screenshots that I do have from what happened. And I was debating whether or not to show like the screenshots and then the sources, or the sources and then the screenshots. So I think I might just end up going through only the screenshots while I talk about it. But if it's not too confusing for me, I might end up showing you sources while I talk about the screenshots. I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. Um, but yeah, fucking. Uh, let's see here. I'm going to share my window now. I tried to remove because I did go through their. To be honest, like when they were, anytime someone was commenting on my post, I did not block out any profile photos on here or their names. One person did have a child in the profile photo that they were shit talking me on, and I did happen to screenshot that. And to be honest, I did not block that out. I do kind of feel, you know, it would be valid if someone critiqued me on that. But I wanted to show the people that were discussing these things with me, so you know I can see pros and cons to that issue. Um, but yeah, so oh yeah, the reason I brought that up was because for the cover photo of this live stream, to bring up those pictures, I did go click on each of their profiles and take those photos just to so we could see the people who were body shaming me. Um, you know, I kind of think that's relevant. And here's why I'm lumping them all together, because they were all sort of co-signing and approving each other's actions, I feel, in the way that they approach it. And I also feel it speaks to culture and how people as a collective uphold certain behaviors within their communities. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, fucking but so in the first comment, we're just gonna like read through these. I'm gonna respond a bit and we're gonna talk about all of it. So the first thing that I have is where Cass Sinclair left me a review on my business page, on my Facebook page for Deaf Child, saying, "This woman goes after other disabled content creators and business owners for simply disagreeing with her, with untrue personal attacks against people she does not even know. And based on the other reviews I'm reading, it does not look like I'm alone in this experience." After reading her page, oh, okay. I'm not entirely clear what service she's even claiming to provide, so it seems like this entire business might actually be a scam. In any case, if what she's offering is something you're looking for, I cannot recommend doing business with someone so immature and unhinged. I sincerely hope she gets the help she needs. Okie dokie. So, what other disabled content creators have I gone after? I want to know. I did go, you know what's funny, because I did make a video about for being disabled though. You know what I'm saying? I've never gone after anyone for being disabled. Just because I criticize someone who happens to be disabled doesn't mean I'm going after other disabled creators. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people I go after aren't disabled, actually, or they don't publicly identify as so. Not that you have to publicly identify as disabled. That doesn't mean you're not disabled. So, I don't understand how that's true. I don't go after you for disagreeing with me. When I was discussing, how harmful it was for you to be, she says it's untrue, but yet she did post this on Facebook, so she's gaslighting me about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have screenshots of the post. It's up for you to believe me or not. So, now, and what's also funny is she could say you don't even know me then. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that she kind of criticizes me for, you could say that she's doing. But I'm not the one culturally appropriating tarot reading. I'm not the one bragging about antagonizing customers. You know what I'm saying? And then there's like a third thing too, but we're gonna get to that when it comes up. After reading my page, she's not entirely clear which service I'm claiming to provide. I talk about PR and growth analysis as well as music marketing. So if you don't know what PR or growth analysis or music marketing means, that's totally fine. I understand everybody has different educational levels, but that also just means you're not a qualified buyer for me. Because I'm working with people who can afford, you know what I'm saying, to scale. But that's totally fine. Income disparity is hard, but that's why I have all the free services, because I'm not trying to make money off of people who can't afford to pay me, right? So, I literally offer consultations, PR. PR is whenever you get press releases I do press release syndication, which is when we write press releases for you and we get different networks to pick them up. I do PR research, which is public relations, like when people go to different conferences and get access to different databases, and then compiling different contacts into customer relationship management systems. So, for example, and one client just gave me a database for 10 different conferences and trade shows they just attended. And it's a database of the people involved in producing these trade shows, right? And so I take the contacts from that trade show, I put that in this client's personal customer database. And now my client can send out emails to these contacts that they have permission to reach out to. That is PR. It's totally okay if you don't know what that is. I have other content that does sort of explain it, and that just shows me I can make more content explaining what is PR, what are databases, what are CRMs, things like that, right? Because it's okay that not everybody understands it, but there's so much information out there, it's just not possible for me to have made content on all of it already, right? But I can direct you to content already produced about some of these things if you don't understand it, if I haven't made content on it yet. Okay. Now, in terms of other reviews she's talking about, I don't have a single bad review on any of my pages from anyone that's ever done business with me. The other bad reviews are from people who disagreed. They're from Robert Cass. Two of them are from Robert Cass and Caitlin Keller. I went to Riverdale High School and Riverdale Middle School with them. They are both white people. They are both very well known at Riverdale High School for being very conservative. They are both against the entire concept of Black Lives Matter, and what I argued with them both over were George Floyd. Those reviews were left, I believe, in 2020. So they disagreed about the murder of George Floyd being an issue. They don't think that police brutality exists. That's what I argue with them over. And so they're also they say the same type of thing as Cass Sinclair, and their wording to me is very similar. And Robbie Cass says that I'm not deaf because I went to high school and I'm with him and I'm normal and I can speak and things like that. That doesn't mean I'm not deaf. That just means you're ableist and you don't understand deaf representation. And what's funny is on high school, in every single form I ever filled out for school, it would say, I'm deaf, I'm deaf, I'm deaf. I had to do so much speech therapy because of school. Like, all of these things, like, it's very well documented in the education system that I'm deaf. And you know what? I can show that I'm deaf. Hold on. I am going to put up the thingy real quick. Okie dokie. So now what we are looking at is we are looking at emails between my audiologist and myself. So New Orleans Speech and Hearing Center is what we are looking at here. Leslie Jernigan is the CEO. NLSHC.org. Alrighty. Okie dokie. I am deaf. So this is a pure tone audiogram. This was taken when I was 24. I am 30 now. The date on this is 2018. Okie dokie. If you notice here, it says normal peripheral hearing sensitivity, which means that I can tell that sound is out there, right? But I have moderate to profound sensorineural hertz. Okay. They're basically saying I'm deaf as shit, bitch. This means without speech discrimination ability, basically. I have poor, limited, decreased speech discrimination, meaning it is hard for me to tell what is being said. Recommended a particular audiogram system. The Cross is the hearing aid system I ended up getting due to decreased speech understanding. Now, Robbie Cass was trying to say I didn't wear hearing aids in middle school and I don't sign, so I'm not deaf. Most deaf people don't know sign language. Okie dokie. That doesn't make us less deaf. It just is a part of our cultural genocide. And it's a part of the discrimination we face today. And it's because we don't have access. Now, when I went to Shea Ear Clinic in 2000, I think it was 2005, they told me then there was no technology or hearing aids for my type of deafness. That they didn't think it would exist anytime soon. That didn't come about until about 10 years later. After I graduated college, the hearing aids for my form of deafness come about. There's a lot of not every deaf person, there's a lot of deaf people that can't use hearing aids or cochlear implants. That doesn't mean we're not deaf. It just means that they don't work for our types of deafness. Are you kidding me? And you don't understand how hard it is to get. Oh, and then this is the audiogram from 2005. I had sent her a picture of it. So you don't understand how hard it is to get access to these types of things. So it's just, all of that is ableism and audism itself. That is discrimination against me as a deaf person. So this is her doing that. She's literally discriminating against me just because I'm saying it's not okay for her to antagonize people just because they don't tip her. Okay? All right. Now, calling calling me immature and unhinged is infantilizing me, which is dangerous to me as a deaf, disabled woman with mental health issues. And calling me unhinged is ableism. Okie dokie? How I respond to them is on par with how I reacted to them to begin with, and how they continue talking to me, I feel is in alignment with their values and evidence of what I'm saying. All right, let's keep going. Oh yeah, that was, I think I may have removed this because I hate seeing spam on my site. So, here is the review I loved, because before I had blocked her page, it showed up here, but then when I blocked her page, it like disappeared on my profile, but then it still showed up as if I had made a post. So I don't know how Facebook works that way, because that wasn't a separate post. Am I making sense? Because I feel, anywho. But my original post to her was, tarot reader Cass Sinclair is a racist white supremacist and appropriates Romani culture and uses ableist slurs against deaf people for calling her out on fucking people over. I feel what I said then is in alignment with what I'm saying now and a reflection of her commentary still. I said she brags about taking money from people and not providing a good service or helping others. So, this is several months later. I have not looked at any of this since then. Everything I reviewed to you before was off the top of my head from memory. So I'm still in alignment with what happened. My story has stayed straight here. She brags about taking money from people. Oh, that's what I just said, isn't it? Did I say she brags about taking money from people and not providing good service or helping others? I can't remember. The owner also brags about going out of her way to be rude to paying customers. Do not spend your money or time with someone like this who does not value you, but also takes pleasure in being a menace to others. She even stalked her niece after her family went no contact with her because of her creepy and disturbing behavior. Now, the reason I brought that up was because she was literally doing the same thing to her customers that she was bragging about doing to her niece and her sister. So that's all I have to say. I'm not saying anything about right or wrong about why they split or why they don't discuss or why they don't talk to each other. I just think that itself is very problematic. And that is my opinion. How we feel about that. Now, after she left the review, so that was my original review. So first we looked at her first review to me. Second, we looked at my first review to her. I don't know. These didn't save. I don't know if these saved are in the order they happened, or if they saved in the order I screenshot. But she did leave that review to me after my review to her, and you can kind of see how I feel she just kind of wanted to take what I had said first and flip it on me in a way. So after she left that review to me, I made another post about her where I shared her profile picture. I said, beware of this racist white supremacist who appropriates Romani culture, doing tarot readings, brags about fucking with what she sends people if they don't pay her more money after they are charged, brags about stalking a minor child after that parents went no contact with her, and uses ableist slurs against me while claiming if I call her out on her behavior, I'm bringing down disabled people. She also brought up she doesn't know what I do because she doesn't know what marketing means. I'm more than happy to help you learn how to promote, and I have free learning material on my site, so you don't have to resort to being like Cass. Please stay safe and be aware this white supremacist antagonizes others to avoid accountability for her actions. It's totally fine not to know what marketing means or is. As long as you don't devalue me, I'm happy to educate you. I don't judge people for being ignorant, but I am bothered she devalues marketing just because she doesn't know what it means to connect awareness to actions such as sales. If you educate yourself, you don't have to fuck people over to make yourself feel better. I hope she works on herself and educates herself. Make sure you're not getting tarot readings from racist white supremacists like this. It is not her culture. Please support Romani culture and Romani people for tarot readings. Do not support white people culturally appropriating and discriminating like Cass Sinclair, who uses ableist slurs and claims if I point out the harm she causes, I'm somehow against disabled people. Oh, and another point too that I want to make also is, hey guys, I've got news for you. We're in a pyramid scheme. It's called capitalism. Hey, if you look on the date of this video that I made, it is from February 27, 2021. And the caption says, "You'll never succeed if you keep bringing up politics." But I did it in sticky caps because I just thought it was funny or indicated sarcasm. But so I literally, like, I honestly think the closest thing to the scam that I could be doing is just literally the simple fact that I'm upholding capitalism by doing marketing. Uh, so I do kind of think capitalism is a scam, therefore perhaps all marketing is, in a way, under the construct of capitalism. But actually marketing existed before capitalism. So I don't think marketing alone is a scam because, or problematic, because outside of capitalism, marketing is social advocacy. You know what I'm saying? And marketing is community, and marketing is how people find each other. But yeah, fucking, so anywho, and then Cassie left. So this is another page that she left me a review on. And it says, edited to add, when the owner of this business gets a review she does not like, she uses her business page to broadcast bullying and libelous claims about the reviewer. Avoid doing business with her at all costs. Okie dokie. So, nothing I've said is defamation or libel. I've only said my opinion about you. An opinion about you isn't libel or defamation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm allowed to say how I feel about what you're doing and talk about why I feel that way. You know what I'm saying? Now, so if it's like you're the one so if I would, to prove defamation and libel, I'd have to prove that you're intentionally lying about me. I actually think you really don't know what these words mean. Perhaps, or like maybe you're just throwing things out there because you want to insult me because you don't have, like, you know what I'm saying? Like an argument for why it's wrong to culturally appropriate. Like, I don't know. But, and then she says this woman goes after other disabled content creators and business owners. I think this is the same thing. Yeah, okay. That I just read, yeah. So avoid doing business with her at all costs, or whatever. I've already told you about the reviews I don't like. And those are from two people I went to middle school and high school with. And if I would have to go really dig out my yearbooks, and I don't want to fucking go do that, but I can prove I went to middle school and high school with those bitches. And if I look hard enough, I might be able to go find the original post I argued with them on. But I'm very confident that, I feel very confident in my value alignment and what occurred. And this is why she shouldn't, like, here's the difference between, you see how she's kind of using the situations? It's one thing to speak on how you feel about what was said. Like, if she were to just, be like, use Robert to be like, he said she wasn't deaf, so she might not be deaf. You know what? It's him I blame for that ableism there more than her. But the reason she would have to repeat that would be because he said it, right? Whereas what she's doing instead of that is making shit up about the reviews. She doesn't even know the context of which it occurred, which is totally fine. I don't know the context of which her family situation occurred brought up. I'm not speaking to that context. I'm only saying I'm thinking it's creepy the post she made, right? So if she had only said maybe I could, she had only said she thinks that Robert is telling the truth about me not being deaf. It's still ableism. It's still wrong. I can still prove I'm deaf. But it literally, it's like that difference, right? Where it shows she's taking things out of context and she's just assigning random meanings to things instead of looking at what is happening and responding to only that. So the issues I brought up with her were because I had those specific issues with what she was doing, and they exploded out of me when it bubbled out on this one thing that really pissed me off, right? Because I had been holding it all in. So, but then with what she's doing, I feel, is she's so angry that I dare to criticize her that she's looking for things to pick about me. You know, these weren't things that she held in. You know what I'm saying? And here's why I don't think she held these things in. We weren't following each other for that long. Therefore, she could not have been holding in these issues with me since 2020. But even if she was holding in these issues with me, if you saw those fights when they occurred, why would you be using somebody who is against Black Lives Matter and who supports the death of George Floyd to side with them against me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I could hate somebody, but I'm not about to go side with that just because I hate them. Right? Anywho. Oh, and then Lisa Grimes, her son is a police officer. And they don't like me because I told this other police officer I went to high school with, Stephen Mertens, that the only good thing about him being a police officer is he might get shot. I'm against the police. That's why they don't like me. I'll tell you guys what I said and did that's fucked up. I understand why you may or may not think that's fucked up for me to say, but I'm going to say it. Oh, you know what? I think Robbie Cass may or may not have left a review about that too. I can't remember. But I definitely fought him about George Floyd. These are people who are supporting, who are like, you know, trying to uphold police brutality. You know what I'm saying? But you can make those decisions for yourself. And then this other lady, Stephanie Lewis, if you Google Stephanie Lewis slumlord, she's known for being a slumlord. She's mad at me because I argued with her about her being a slumlord to one of her tenants. And then if you join the Facebook group on Facebook, Bad Landlords NOLA, and you look up Stephanie Lewis and Bad Landlords NOLA, you'll see. So if you don't, I'm the type of person where I kind of like that these things turn people off to me, you know? And so my response to the Cass Hope review on me was, this person is defending a racist white supremacist that appropriates Roma culture, uses ableist slurs, and brags about fucking up services for people if they don't give more money to her. Cass Sinclair. This person associating and defending racism and ableism and a scam, while calling what I do a scam, is only retaliating against me for calling them out, as I've been saying. She's also using ableist slurs against me and her defense of racism and ableism. Me calling out their discrimination and disturbing behavior doesn't mean I go after people just for disagreeing with me, just as I stand up for human rights issues and will continue doing so. Now, just because I have that intent doesn't necessarily mean I'm not causing harm. I could still be harmful as shit. But I think that I would rather be the type of person who's learning as I go and trying to do something than who sits by and does nothing. And so I feel we all as humans will have times in our lives where we'll kind of have problems with someone, but for one reason or another not say something because we're going to observe for a bit, and then, but if we don't say something, perhaps we might blow up. You know? Anywho, but then I continue saying, Me calling out their discrimination and disturbing behavior doesn't mean I go after people just for disagreeing with me, just that. Oh yeah, I just said that. This white supremacist leaving me a bad review is a badge of honor. I never scam anyone and offer free marketing and sales services from self-paced online classes to ebooks to strategy sessions. This person has never worked with me or bought anything from me before. She's a white supremacist who discriminates against deaf people. So I've already shown why I believe she's discriminating against deaf people in one scenario. And as we'll move through these sources, I'll show you why you know what I'm saying? And I've been letting these people know that when they leave me these reviews, they leave me this content, they're giving me permission to use their name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. And I've been telling her that she's literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. And I'm going to go into, oh damn it, I lost my place. I'm going to go into sources on that. And Julia, okie dokie. So far we've just gone over the Cass Sinclair and Cass Hope reviews. And then, so we're going to stop right here for just a second. And we're going to go over some sources. So deaf awareness, you know what I'm saying? This is from the nationaldeafcenter.org. Now, deaf includes all people who may identify as deaf, deafblind, deaf disabled, hard of hearing, late deafened. And there are people who identify as hearing impaired, but it's mostly perceived as a slur and discrimination within the deaf community. Now, here's why people identify as it, because it forced cultural assimilation into the hearing world. If someone calls themselves hearing impaired, it's usually someone who has no either very limited connection to or absolutely no connection to the deaf community. Because the reason the term came about was back in the day they were calling us deaf and dumb, and we were like, we're not deaf and dumb, we're just deaf. And they're like, fine, you're not dumb, you're impaired. And it came from this idea of we're broken, and it came from this idea of them saying that we're a great calamity to a world and that we're a defective race of the defective variety of the human race. So most deaf who understand deaf oppression hate that term and consider it a slur and consider it discrimination. The only reason there are people who identify as it is because of forced cultural assimilation. Now, here's another thing to point out. Deaf people we undergo changes in our beliefs and identity between childhood and adulthood, including self-identity and deafness and our exposure to deaf culture and deaf community. And this is deeply tied to our history of oppression and eradication and oralism. And if you go through the playlist that I have linked in the description of this video, you can see more. I have playlists on deaf history, more on deaf history, and then as well as my issues with deafhood. So yeah. Now, sorry, pulling up. Okie dokie. Another article from Psychology Today talks about how white supremacy is built into societies. So, the key points is that white supremacist ideology permeates many cultures through subtle biases built in society's institutions. That from childhood, biases and stereotypes unconsciously shape thinking and can accumulate into racism. That microaggressions and other forms of racist behavior can have cumulative harmful effects. And that dismantling racist hierarchies rooted in white supremacy will require radical structural societal change. Okay. Now, the media has been instrumental in perpetuating harmful racial stereotypes and further marginalizing various groups. In essence, the origins of white supremacy gave rise to racist institutions that were designed to concentrate power and resources in the hands of one group by denying humanity and equal rights to others. To dismantle a system that has evolved over centuries, we must first acknowledge that racial inequality is neither the outcome of inherent flaws or inferiority within certain groups, nor solely the product of I don't know how I feel about this one, but maybe I need to reflect on it more. I don't know who wrote it, so I need to look into that. So someone said that is neither the outcome of inherent flaws or inferiority within certain groups, nor solely the product of individual racist biases from a few bad apples. Instead, this person argues that it is the unavoidable consequence of supremacy engraved within the very foundation of society itself. I kind of disagree with that because society itself isn't based on supremacy. That's a white person thing. A white person must have written this. My bad for bringing this up. I don't know why I thought this was going to be helpful. This is why you have to do your due diligence on resources and make sure that you are mm, oh, okie dokie. This is why. This is why. Is this a white man? I feel like so I have mixed heritage, but I look white, so I don't like to deny someone's social cultural perspective, but okay. That explains it. So it's just a white person. Mm. Oops, I mean it's that. I just have too many tabs. I meant to click on something else and I hit the exit button. That is so funny. I'm over here, let's talk about white supremacy. Oh damn, I'm doing it. Yeah. Here is me being an example of it. Okay, okay. So now let's discuss this other thing I pulled up before this thing called The State of White Supremacy in America. It is time to stand together. Alright. So, the concept of white supremacy refers to a racist perception that white persons are naturally superior to individuals of other races and should thus dominate them. While white supremacy in previous centuries galvanized a lot of support among white people, the concept is now regarded vicious by. That's. I mean, I guess it's not really. I don't know. Well, here I am disagreeing with these things. I don't agree that all white people consider white supremacy vicious, and here's why: because a lot of white people want to uphold it. We don't see a problem like with the whole bear versus man thing. A black woman, Rebecca, white woman whisperer, posed a question, to only black people. Would they rather be with a white woman or a white man? Everybody chose white man because of how dangerous this white women are. Um, and like I said, I think I'm dangerous. Not in like a yay, I'm dangerous, but in like a fucking. So that's what I'm saying. Oh, and then the white woman got her account demonetized on TikTok for saying that, proving her point. Um, so yeah, that's why I feel like white people lean into it But anywho, my bad. So they were saying that the concept is regarded vicious by white, African American, Latino, as well as other races. The modern American society is structured under cultural sensitiveness, racial equality, and religious tolerance. That's not true. I mean, is this a reflection of? Damn, that's ideal, but that's not a reflection of reality. To say that our society is structured under cultural sensitiveness, racial equality, and religious tolerance. Literally, a native person was just had their beadwork and their plumes stripped off of their graduation regalia. It was a Lakota graduation student this fucking year. So when, and you know what I mean? Like, are you sure? And then saying, oh, this is basically, now they're basically saying slavery is not happening anymore, racism is over. I feel like that's what the whole point of this is. Oh God, you know what? It says it's time to stand together. That's how I should have known. My bad. You see, here's me proving I'm part of the problem. Look at me. All of this is so hypocritical. Well, I guess it's good for us to all reflect on these social issues, you know, processing. We're in our journeys here. Uh, God, you know, I can't look at this one anymore. Okay, so from York. So one person says, Standeka from 1999 says, his understanding of whiteness as predicated on the denial of difference within oneself, constituting in the white subject a core sense of self that is hidden from view and shrouded in shame. So this other person is Ansley, as cited in Gilborn 2006, is saying, by white supremacy, I do not mean to allude only to the self-conscious racism of white supremacist hate groups. I refer instead to a political, economic, and cultural system in which whites overwhelmingly control power and material resources. Conscious and unconscious ideas of white superiority and entitlement are widespread, and relations of white dominance and non-white subordination are daily reenacted across a broad array of institutions and social settings. So, in critiquing the logics of white supremacy, we consider the following. 1. Dominance of liberal individualism. That's where I could be an issue. Permanence of racism. A historical, decontextualized, and changing definitions. Whiteness is normal and natural. Oh, that was it. My apologies. And I can see all of that. Yeah. Alright, so all of the sources that I'm discussing are linked in the description of this video. Now, there is reason to, you know, discredit witness testimony because, you know, human brains. We all can make mistakes as humans with what we remember. But, like, in terms of, like, is what someone's testimony of what occurred theoretically a source of evidence in terms of a court proceeding? Yeah, it is actually. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you think there's witness testimony? Right? So in these discussions, it comes up, you know, debating, like, is me discussing what I do not have screenshots for defamation? I don't consider it so because I've stuck to how I feel about general issues, but I don't feel that I've sat there and like given specifics beyond what was publicly posted and my opinion of it. Now, and I kind of think that is the biggest difference between us is you may not have liked that I brought up that one thing that happened earlier in a situation to the current situation in terms of where I bring up I didn't like how she was still contacting her sister and her niece after her sister went no contact, and I didn't like how they were still I didn't like the tarot reading, how I brought that up in context of calling out why I felt it was harmful to antagonize someone just because they're not leaving a bad review. But that's me in my lack of decolonizing journey and my like lack of self-working journey. Not like lack where I'm not doing it, but lack of there's never enough to be done, in my opinion. Or at least I'm not trying to do it. I'm sure there's something I'm not doing that I should be doing, but you know what I mean? Like, it's for me, it's kind of like, not that I see it as like a list to check off, but I think of it like my, almost in a way, my decolonizing journey is like my work list, right? Like, my work is never ending. I don't sit there and try to do all of my work in one day. That's not possible. It gets on a to-do list and I do it as soon as, I focus on a certain number of tasks a day. Like there's like a, you know what I mean? Now, it's been proven time and time again, it's not defamatory to falsely call someone a racist, white supremacist, socialist, communist, none of that. A lot of derogatory, even unfairly derogatory, criticism is treated as pure opinion and is not legally actionable. It's just opinions and name calling, according to courts. So, unless I sit there and I'm over here like, and I didn't do this, and the screenshots will show everything I said. I'm giving a pure hypothetical right now. This did not happen, I think. If it did happen, that's fucking crazy. Is that ableist? We'll reflect on that. Fucking. But say I was over here like Cass was walking down the street and then she went to this person's house and then she was looking in their window and then, she did that 4 nights in a row, and then I was making up like very specific things and like saying that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what happened. I gave a delayed reaction to something that I saw. You know what I'm saying? Her say she did. You can believe me, you cannot believe me, it's up to you. What I think holds true is my story hasn't changed months later, whereas when I show you in the comments, I feel the story switches up on me in one sitting. You know what I'm saying? Because we haven't finished those yet. But yeah, this article kind of goes into more of some of the legal ideology behind the concept of whether or not it's defamatory to give certain opinions of someone. And that was the only purpose of my hypothetical. It was not to associate with her with those actions. It was just to say that is what would have been more of an example of defamation because it's so specific. You know what I'm saying? It's me saying like a real, like, like versus giving an opinion of you. There's a difference between giving a broad opinion and then stating why I have that opinion versus just defaming you. Right? Okay. Now, onto that same tune from, and that previous source is from reason.com. I don't remember if I've been saying these sources, my bad. So this next one is about implied undisclosed facts as basis for defamation claim. And it basically goes into further legalese breakdown about statements of opinion not being actionable as defamation. Indirect implications can form the basis of a defamation claim. Because it's based on, as I was telling you in my example, whether or not it would cause a reasonable listener to think that a specific event occurred. You know what I'm saying? To understand that the opinion is based on the speaker's knowledge of undisclosed facts, that opinion can be treated as an implied assertion of fact. And if that factual assertion isn't true and conveys a defamatory meaning about someone, defamation liability may arise. Now, so, she's saying, here's my thing. She is saying that my opinion could be treated as implied assertion of fact, while saying my opinion isn't true. Okay. But she also denies that her being ableist is ableism, while denying that I'm telling the truth about what I'm saying. So I do feel that she's just gaslighting me. I don't feel that she even thinks that I'm being defamatory. Because to be defamatory, you would have to not be telling the truth. But I know she knows I'm telling the truth because she said it. You know what I'm saying? And then what it reminds me of was, well, I was about to trauma dump, but yeah, some shit happened in my family, and my sister told everybody I was lying about the shit that happened. But now she's telling everybody that what I said was the truth. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to, because the specifics of that are trauma dumping. So if you know me, you know me. Maybe I'll tell the full story in a later live stream or something one day. But I'm going to process, the best way to discuss that later on. This is a really long live stream, isn't it? Alright. Let's keep going. So, also talking about facts, it's something that is known to have happened or to exist, particularly for which there is proof. So that is what I'm discussing with you guys, the difference between what I have proof for and what I don't have proof for. An opinion is a thought or a belief about something or someone. Okie dokie. Also, I want to discuss the definition of ableism. It's discrimination or prejudice against individuals with disabilities. Now, I feel like for her to say that I'm bringing down people with disabilities, you know what I'm saying? The only two people that I've ever criticized on my public platforms that have publicly admitted to having disabilities are literally Cass Sinclair and what is her fucking name? I literally just need a damn video about her. Hold on. I'm blanking on it. Why can't I remember this bitch's name? Caroline Easom. And both of them, I don't know I don't know all of either of their disabilities. I know they've both happened to have told me they happen to also both have disabilities. I have disabilities. Yay, disabilities, right? I'm glad we are out here. Representation for us all. We don't have to like each other for me to be like, yay, we exist. But yeah, everybody else I've criticized on my platform hasn't identified as disabled. So, I do kind of think that's kind of funny. Like, I don't think I'm bringing down disabled people by not leaving them out of criticism. You know what I'm saying? I don't think disability is a shield from criticism, and that is all. I haven't brought anyone down for being disabled. I think I can say that's the biggest difference between us. She tries to bring me down for being deaf, and she tries to bring me down for my deafness. She tries to bring me down for my disabilities, for my mental health. I didn't do that to her. I never did. I've just stuck to why I had a problem with her. And if she just stuck to why she had a problem with me, I would be like, chill, whatever. But it's the way she does that while gaslighting me on everything that is just like, things do not sit right with me. Alright. So then her friend Julia Cole leaves me a review. So Julia Cole said, at some point in life, you do have to mature and be an adult. Regardless of your personal beliefs, you should not choose to willfully bully and torment someone. This shows a deep disconnection with spirit, a rejection from the light, and the darkness you have chosen to cloak yourself in. How disappointing that this would be the first impression you choose to make. Okie dokie. Now let's reflect on all of that. Look at how I spoke to her versus how, if you think of how I spoke to Cass versus how Cass spoke to me, it's very different. I don't use hateful or discriminatory vernacular in my wording. I only stick to criticizing what I have a problem with. And you can maybe make a argument about if an insult in general itself is hateful. I'm not denying I said insults. I'm saying I don't think that my insults came from a discriminatory place of hating on someone for disability. I think my insults came from a place of being frustrated with social issues and having these built up triggers within me from not deconstructing my own issues as well, to where it all blows up in an altercation. And I think that I've seen it happen, and when it's not happening to you, when you're not in an altercation, when you're looking at other people argue, you can see patterns that you can't process when you're the one arguing. I feel like I've seen in other people arguments, because I will watch other people argue just out of curiosity, without being involved myself. I've seen this other people do that too, like where it's all based on like patterns, in my opinion. And in my opinion, you can tell who is deconstructing their patterns and who is stuck in cycles of where they're still working on themselves versus who is excusing and upholding and tolerating oppression, right? At the end of the day. So to tell me that I have to mature and be an adult is infantilizing me just because you don't like what I have to say. And I think that all ties to ageism. And ableism. There's something very dark about what she's telling me. Like, so she's leading with ageist and ableist rhetoric, right? So, regardless, and then she's also very kind of hypocritical. So regardless of personal beliefs, how did I willfully bully or torment anyone? I told someone I have a problem with her. So me telling you it's wrong to scam others, it's wrong to antagonize others, it's wrong to culturally appropriate, it's wrong to stalk someone who goes no contact with you. Me telling you it's wrong to do those things is willfully bullying and tormenting you, but you telling me I'm not deaf, you body shaming me, you slut shaming me, you discriminating against me for my mental health, and all of these things isn't. I think that's interesting. To me, that just shows your value alignment, and it's like, okay, well, just tell me how you really feel. Tell me who you really are. That tells me the impression you choose to make. And I also hate this thing where you're telling me about disconnection from spirit. If you are a white person and you have not identified to me any representation or any cultural connection or ancestry to a community that is actually spiritual, to perhaps a native community, for example, because I do know indigenous white presenting people are out there, for example. So if this were an indigenous woman who was white presenting, I would take someone telling me to connect to spirit to heart, right? But if I perceive you as only a white woman, and to my knowledge, you have no native ancestry, you have no spiritual connection, you only come from colonial concepts, you can't tell me to connect to spirit. Only my ancestors can do that. Only if the tribe claims me, can that be done. You know what I'm saying? And that is it. Um, so if me calling out discrimination is disappointing to you, but discrimination itself isn't, then you're kind of disappointing to me. I don't really care what's disappointing to you then. You know what I'm saying? If you're like, that's very interesting to me, because it really kind of reminds me of like when people protest and then white supremacists talk about how disappointing it is that people are protesting. Like with Palestine recently, people are talking about how disappointing it is that the college kids are throwing their lives away for the protest. That's what white supremacists are saying to get them to uphold the oppression, right? That's kind of like what they do. Like, they kind of shame you. Like, I'm not trying to shame anyone. I just exploded on them because, and I'm happy to admit that. Versus, I feel that they are intentionally trying to shame me with their vernacular. My response to Julia Cole was, "You are literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. At some point in life, you have to stop being ageist. Me speaking out on your support of racism, ableism, audism, oralism, misogyny, and white supremacy is not tied to my maturity, but your response is tied to your cognitive dissonance. There's a difference between standing up to a bully like Cass, who sent other bullies like you to bully me after I called her out, versus being a bully like you. If you had a spiritual connection or mental health stability yourself, you wouldn't gaslight someone for you supporting discrimination and someone who brags about fucking others over. The fact that you consider calling out cultural appropriation and discrimination dark, but bullying and discriminating against someone for speaking out light, shows such a warped sense of reality. No wonder you don't understand why supporting white supremacy is wrong. How disappointing you would choose to support white supremacy over standing up for human rights. Stop bullying others. You're harassing me to support white supremacists. By leaving this review, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content." That is what I'm telling these people. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure that this is another screenshot of the same post that I had already discussed before. And on that post, Cass Sinclair said, "What's really disturbing is that you're using your alleged business page to harass and bully complete strangers with baseless and false information. You have absolutely no proof of any of the claims you're making. How is libel in any way good business?" Okay, so the only things I do not have proof for are what Cass said on her own page before I was blocked and I was not able to get those screenshots. I have proof of everything else said on my page. And those are the main things that I have been dissecting and discussing in this live stream. Everything that I've shown why the information I have is not baseless, why there is reason to believe the things that I believe, and the sources, the thought processes that lead me to these ideas. What's interesting is how she's calling my business page an alleged business page, as if I don't actually do business. I'm not gonna, go show my clients stuff and all that, but I don't really give a fuck if you believe that I don't do business, because if people think I'm broke, that's good for me because I'm not a target for people stealing shit from me. I dress and I like to look, like I don't want to put a target on my back. If I'm a single woman, like I'm not about to go, my very nice clothes, I rarely wear them. I have invested in a few key nice things that are very expensive, but overall, I wear very cheap shit. You know what I'm saying? For example, like, I don't care about looking a certain way. I don't care about what people think about me. I don't care if you believe my business is real or not, okay? No business is really real. It's all made up. Everything is fucking arbitrary. We're all just making all of this shit up. None of it is real. Um, but I literally can prove that I've done business since 2013. Like, I used to, like, if you look at my website and you go through the galleries and everything, you can see all the shows I've booked. Like, I just have such a long history of doing transactions, and my logo is on so many shows from all of the work that I've done. It's like the work speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? She's like, for her to act like I've never done business just because she doesn't like me is funny. It's kind of like going to a restaurant that is full, you know what I'm saying, where people are eating and then not liking the food and being like, well, would your alleged restaurant, your alleged business, you know what I'm saying? Or going to them and just getting into a political debate. Like, what? Um, so she has no proof that anything I've said is false. Let's throw that out there. And she is the one spreading false information about me, claiming I'm not deaf when I am deaf, and I can prove I'm deaf. You know what I'm saying? And then she said, how is libel in any way good business? I've already proven and shown why I do not believe any of this is defamation. If anything, I believe there's more evidence that she could possibly be defaming me or having spread libel or misinformation against me than me, her. You know what I'm saying? But how would this be good business? I would call it value alignment. I think it's better to work long term with people you have value alignment with. When you get into business relationships with people who you don't have value alignment with, it's not going to work out. Yeah. So Nancy Reed said, I don't agree with what you're saying. You're afraid to show your real name. Stop bullying people and show respect and dignity to others. I never bullied anybody. How am I bullying her for speaking? So I literally did not make a post about her on my business page until she left a review on my business page. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not hiding my face. I never hid my face. That's my company logo. That's me identifying myself. Do you not know what the brand element is? And my face is all over that profile. Like, did you not look at it? Like, what are you? I didn't hide my face or my name. My name is all over that profile. Are you kidding me? It's just really funny to me. So, how am I afraid to show my name? Like, you know what I'm saying? And how can you speak to what my feelings are? Which is really funny. Like, I speak to reasons I believe they felt or acted a certain way to me based on the conversation we had. But for you to just say you're afraid to show your real name when I put my full name out there is hilarious to me. And I literally went to her from my personal page. She brought it to my deaf child page. I had kept it on my personal page. So how are you mad at me for her bringing it to that page? She's the one who did. Okay. You have years of reviews showing the kind heart that was... Hold on. Oh, yeah. No, we'll keep going. Cass Sinclair keeps saying, you literally never met me. You know nothing about my family situation, nor is it any of your business, nor is it any way appropriate for you to broadcast anyone else's personal information on your own business page. And, okay. How am I broadcasting your personal information on my business page if it didn't happen though? So are you saying it's real of what I said? Because they're telling me that I'm lying, but then they're saying that I'm broadcasting their personal information. What personal information did I broadcast? All I did was share. You left a review with that profile on my thing. So then you're mad that I shared about you leaving that review on that thing? Be mad at yourself then. The only reason I brought up the family situation was the pattern. And I'm the third pattern of the example. She antagonizes people. Her family went no contact with her. She antagonized them. That is the truth, and that's why she wanted me to leave it out with them. So she had made a post when one of her family members died with the obituary, telling everybody to go leave comments and to make her family upset. That was one thing that happened. She wanted everybody to go leave comments on an obituary page to make people upset. Then she made another post about having harassed, and she was messaging her sister and her niece after her sister and niece went no contact with her. And then whenever she made a post about fucking and moving people's orders and fucking with people's orders and antagonizing customers for DoorDash, I was like, how the fuck are you fucking with people's shit that they paid for? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I didn't say anything about any of the other stuff she'd posted before because I actually do get family trauma. Everybody knows about my shit because I posted that everywhere. But, you know, you post about this shit. So I just think it's interesting. You can't, like, whenever you connect with someone online, why'd you send me a friend request then? I accepted your friend request because you sent me a friend request. So, I don't know. So all I did was talk about the shit you said, right? Which is totally fine. So here you are though, literally just very upset that I dare to, criticize you for antagonizing others and then calling me a bully for saying it's wrong to antagonize others and say why I think it's wrong because you did. Interesting. Name calling screenshots of a post you made about me. Again, a complete stranger. You're a complete stranger. So you agree it's wrong for you to leave or post any of the shit you said about me? As alleged proof of your claims about me. None of what you said here is proof of anything except that you make a habit of personally attacking people who disagree with you, which also seems to be the case based on the reviews before mine. I've already discussed, I don't attack anyone for disagreeing with me. If we disagree on human rights issues, yeah, attacks might come out. There's a big difference. And you're the one who is defending the murder of George Floyd, who is supporting police brutality with those reviews, when you use those reviews to support this. Not only are these not the actions of a mentally healthy person, they really don't seem like a good marketing strategy to me. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but in all of this, I haven't made one statement as to your mental health. That is ableism. Okay? Now, mental health is a journey. To tell someone they're not mentally healthy just because you're not okay with them calling you out for your actions speaks to you using discrimination against disabilities to deflect from your behavior. It is evidence. Your words are evidence of what you say. And she doesn't seem to get that. She doesn't seem to think that her words are evidence for what she says, but they are. Okay? Now, she doesn't think that me having an opinion about her words is evidence that I am telling the truth or something like that. But my testimony as a witness would be construed as evidence in court. Any person's testimony as a witness could be construed, not would be, could be construed as evidence in court, given a specific scenario. So I disagree with that on premise. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's kind of funny to me because you're saying you don't understand what I do based on my business, but then you're telling me it doesn't seem like a good marketing strategy to you. If you go through my content, so much of my content is dedicated to explaining marketing, all about marketing, how to do sales, everything you need to know to build a business, to make a career, everything I know about how I built a living, to where it's like, I don't think you know what a good marketing strategy is, but this isn't a marketing strategy. And I don't, like, not everything about my business profile or it's only a business page in terms of that was the method of creating a second account through Facebook in order to run ads through. Like, Deaf Child is my nickname. It's my doing business as. You know what I'm saying? It's a nickname. For me, I am Deaf Child. You know what I mean? So, you're criticizing a human being, not a business. Do you understand? Like, I'm a human being. Now, Deaf Child is also a marketing agency. If you want to look at the count that I have affiliates, I have team, I have clients, I work with people, I do things, I have invoices. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do research, distribution, consultations, reporting, for sure. I mean, I am a business, but I'm not just a business. There's, you know what I'm saying? But I think value alignment and building relationships and community at the end of the day comes with these hard conversations. Like, if you're not fucking this up, if I'm not fucking this up, am I even trying to decolonize? I would rather be saying the wrong words and trying to call out oppression than willfully, ignorantly upholding it like this. Damn. Like, sometimes I think she's really ignorant. Like, part of me can't tell. I'm like, are you this ignorant to this is how far behind you are in your decolonizing journey? Like, damn. It doesn't change the impact of how bad the shit you say is, but it's like, okay, that explains why you need your handhelds. You know what I'm saying? Or are you aware and you're being malicious? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and you're doing that to bait me or to fuck with me. I can't tell. I can't tell if she's like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it could be either or, probably. And then she says, calling a complete stranger a racist white supremacist because they read tarot, the origins of which, by the way, are French and Italian, not Romani, and it's actually kind of racist of you to generalize that all fortune-telling practices are based on Romani culture, is, again, not something a mentally healthy person would do. Like I said, I sincerely hope you get the help you need. Please seek out a qualified therapist. Wow. That right there is such ableism. And she doesn't think that this is she doesn't think this is an example of her being ableist, but it is. And then let's talk about how wrong this statement is. She says, calling a complete stranger a racist white supremacist because they read tarot, the origins of which, by the way, are French and Italian, not Romani, and it's actually kind of racist of you to generalize that all fortune-telling practices are based in Romani culture. So this is why I tried to discuss white supremacy earlier, because it's relevant to this now. So now let's go look through some more sources here. And we're going to be looking at our friend Florida the Florian. All right.
Oh, I hate that man. I hate that man.
So the soundtrack says, "Ugh, I hate that man. I hate that man." And the first slide says, Europeans talking about Romani culture, Romani people, when they, and then it says when they can profit off of us and our culture. And then it says, oh, I forgot, I can't hear the next thing, how I love you, something like that. But it says Europeans talking about Romani people when they can profit off of us and our culture. And it goes from I hate you, Europeans talking about Romani people, and then it goes when they can profit off of us and our culture, it goes, oh, I love you. And the caption says, and they still don't recognize our contributions to their culture. Okay, so Florida Florian doesn't feel that white people recognize contributions to Romani culture. And he is Romani. And he spells Romani Romani, by the way, and that will come up later if you're wondering why I'm pointing that out. Okay.
Is tarot a closed or Romani practice? It's complicated, because although the tarot cards themselves are by no means exclusive to Romani people, certain Romani practices involving tarot are closed. Modern fortune-telling, at least as we understand it in the West, was largely developed and popularized as a profession by Romani people. And because of that, most stereotypes associated with fortune-telling are anti-Roma stereotypes, like this racial caricature. The Romani culture as a whole is closed. So if your tarot practices originate in Romani culture, or other closed practices like Kabbalah or Voodoo, you may want to rethink. Especially because the reason that Romani people became fortune tellers, especially Romani women, was because it was literally the only way to feed their families. Back then and even to this day, many jobs refused to hire Romani people. And Roma were and still are criminalized for these practices. Also, not all Romani people are witches or fortune tellers. That is a stereotype. Most are not. And those that are, it's usually closed practices within those respective families. Do the research where certain practices come from, before appropriating every closed practice you see online.
Okie dokie. So, I'm gonna take a Romani's person word for it over a white person's about where the origins of tarot originate. Okay, let's keep going.
Have you ever wondered, why do fortune tellers dress like that? I mean, there's nothing about the profession that would require a uniform. So why is it every time that you see fortune tellers depicted in media, or anywhere for that matter, they're all dressed like this? Well, the short answer is, they don't dress like that. What you see here is actually traditional Romani clothing.
And a visual description, it's showing, traditional Romani clothing, headscarves, the jingle coin scarves, the gold opulent jewelry. I don't know the correct words to use, so I apologize. As well as like the crystal ball. And I don't know what word I should be using for the rings, but I feel like bold might not be a bad word to use there. Like bigger selections of jewelry than you might see in typical European fashion otherwise, which I consider can kind of be more I don't know, like not as much, less, minimal. I don't know what words to use. Sorry.
Or better said, a racial caricature of traditional Romani clothing. You see, Romani people have long dominated the fortune-telling profession in the West, so much so that a lot of the things that we associate with fortune-telling to this day are actually Romani traditions. Even fortune-teller itself has in a way become synonymous with gypsy, especially with anti-fortune-teller legislation that specifically targets Romani people. So how did this come to be? Well, if you think it has something to do with anti-Roma racism, you'd be right. You see, even though fortune-telling has existed for a very long time, it became very looked down upon in the European Middle Ages. However, Romani people, especially Romani women, weren't allowed any other jobs. So in order to provide to their families, they turned to their ancestral tradition of fortune-telling, or better said, divination, which they brought from their ancient Indian culture. So a lot of the things that we associate with fortune-telling today actually came from Romani culture, such as looking into the crystal ball to determine people's futures. While that is an ancient tradition, it is the Romani people who have popularized it in modern fortune-telling. Yes, there were non-Romani fortune-tellers. However, they didn't dress in these over-the-top gypsy costumes. They just dressed in normal clothing, or oftentimes old people's clothing, because they were usually of an older age. This is not actually how fortune tellers dressed, unless they were Romani. Because Romani people told fortunes in their everyday attire.
Now, here's where I call out Cass for cultural appropriation. Fortune telling and the connection to tarot cards are an entirely Romani closed practice concept. Outside of that, there was different fortune telling that did not rely on tarot cards that occur in other practices, other religions, spiritualities, totally chill, nothing to do with this. And we're not talking about that being cultural appropriation. I cannot show you because of the blocking the Cass's tarot reading page. If I remember correctly, it was like Mama Cass's tarot reading or something like that on Facebook. But you can decide for yourself whether or not you think it's cultural appropriation. All I'm saying is I think it is, and I think I have reason to believe it is. And I think she doesn't think it is because she doesn't even know where the tarot she's doing comes from. Hold on.
Their traditional clothing. We still see racial caricatures of Romani women popular throughout the media. They're just disguised as fortune tellers, even though these fortune telling stereotypes come directly from Romani women, who by the way still face incredible racism for practicing divination, even though many times it's still the only job available to them. If you want to tell fortunes or dress up as a fortune teller, that's fine, but you don't have to dress up as a racial caricature of a Romani person to do so.
Boop. Yep. So, yeah. There's also an article linked in the description of here. That talks about a Romani Roma fortune teller, Zoltan Zhoka, and he talks about his with Roma fortune telling, and I do believe that is different, but because there's like a different it's from Romani, but there's like a different he had his this article explains it. I can't use my words. His culture comes from Romani culture, but there was like a split from when their language was banned and things like that, you know? But he's still part of that community. He does use the G word, totally chill. But that story is in here, and I think it's important because it shows an individual's story with this form of discrimination that we've been discussing, you know? Okay. And then the Human Rights Fund Progress posted, and this is from rozvitok.org. This is also linked in the description. Fortune telling is part of the Roma culture. And it goes into the clairvoyance, the use of Roma as fortune tellers, and the history from palmistry, tea leaf reading, cartomancy, tarot reading, and crystal ball, among others. Now, here's the thing. Cass is not wrong about technically tarot cards originated in Italy, but here's what she's wrong about. Tarot as divination didn't originate in Italy. Italian witchcraft and that divination was separate. That didn't include tarot reading until after the gypsies got there. I just called them the G word. I apologize. I didn't, that itself, that right there is racism and discrimination on my part to use that word. I think, not that it's an excuse, but what I think happened in my mind there is because I had just read it, I said it, because I do that a lot, and I wonder if that's what happened. Um, but yeah, so LA Times posted an opinion called "Knock on Wood" crystal ball emoji. Those are rooted in my Romani heritage. Um, and it goes through this person's experience as a Romani spiritualist. And their connection to the spiritual and supernatural world, as well as their music, their fashion, and their culinary and everything as well. And it goes into its problems, with basically of higher demand for their work too in the practice. Why there's a high demand for their labor. Um, so yeah. And then this other little post I have linked in there is called Tarot and Cartomancy, a talk by Natalia Ivan. Um, and it's going into what I've been telling you about the history of tarot reading, about how, you know, when it started, tarots were just, which the original tarot was a pagan invention, and there later became Christianized versions. There's different origins, there's different things for like how they started. There's Egyptian tarot origins, there's Hindi and Punjabi tarot origins, there's Romani tarot origins, um, as well as Italian. However, regardless of where the actual cards themselves came from, I believe that it was the Romani people who created what we see today. And I believe, based on these sources, that it is cultural appropriation for white people to be doing tarot reading and fortune telling in a certain way. It's up for you to decide for yourself what you think. I don't think any person can go argue with a Romani person. But in terms of for what we think for ourselves, I can't tell you what to think. I'm only letting you know why I think the way I think. All right. And telling someone to seek out a qualified therapist too, if you really think they have mental health issues, it's just disturbing. It kind of shows like maybe don't you yourself have never tried to get therapy or don't know how hard it is to get a therapist. You know what I mean? Like that's like a whole journey. That's hard. Like I don't understand this. So when you look at the passion or the anger or the insults that I throw versus them throwing, I think the difference where the hate goes from is they use their hate towards discrimination, whereas my hate is because of the discrimination or what I perceive as oppression or perceive as a social issue occurring in front of me. And then I said, Cass cannot deny she posted she ignored a no contact order to reach out to a minor. You can ask Cass family if I'm lying, because I don't think I said it is true that Cass does business as a tarot reader and that she is not Romani. This is racism and cultural appropriation. That is what I believe. It is true Cass made a post claiming she will make it harder for people to get what they pay for if they do not tip her more money. That is true. It's also true I don't have evidence for these things, and I never said I did. I'm just saying it is true that I saw these things posted. And I'm not going to back down from that because I believe it's true. Okie dokie. And I said, it's true Cass accused me of being ableist for calling her out on this, which is Cass being ableist. That is true. I said, it's true Cass sent, and I can prove that. Cass sent an army of people to go after me because I made a review about her. She made a review about me. Then I made a follow-up post about her review. This is in line with everything I've been consistent on saying 5 months later. And that is true. I can prove that. It is true that these people have used ageist, ableist, audist, oralist, racist, misogynistic discrimination against me. The only thing I don't like that I said here, I don't think I should have said racist discrimination against me. Now, the rest of that is technically true. They said ageist, ableist, audist, oralist, misogynistic discrimination against me. Yes. They were also saying racist things to me, but I myself didn't experience the racism. Racism was happening in my presence. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you know what I'm saying. So the racism didn't happen against me. It was just said to me. So something racist can be said to me, but I'm still not experiencing racism. You know what I mean? And this is why I call y'all white supremacists and say this is what you're supporting. I stand by that. 10 toes down. And then I said, it's wild, every person supporting cases like it's untrue, she or we are white supremacists, and then you all use different forms of discrimination against me. That is true. Like, every single person said some form of discrimination to me, and I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? I think that's wild. Like, I can admit when what I'm saying is discrimination because I know that part of my decolonizing journey is I'm forever working on my language. I don't understand why other people can't do that too. And I had also posted a picture of her and I said, this disturbing creeps stalks minors. So then Beth Coleman said, disturbing creeps steal photos from other people's pages. And I replied to her, disturbing creeps defend covering up the identity of an adult who stalked a minor. That's true. Fucking, and then I said, you're literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. That is true. Harassment is any form of unwanted contact. So I stopped contacting her on her channels whenever I became unwanted. You know what I'm saying? Whereas she's sending people after me. Me talking about her on my own space and replying to her when she comes there is not me continuing to harass her. That is now you harassing me. I'm allowed to have my opinion about you and share it about you in my space. That is not harassing you. Me talking about how I feel about what you did is not harassing you. You not leaving me alone is harassment. Okie dokie. And then she said, and then I said to her, by commenting, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SAL. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. And I had also said with that same picture that I posted again, I said racist, ableist, audist, oralist, white supremacist. And then Beth Coleman said 2 of those aren't even real words, you whack job. Which is really funny because whack job is ableism. That's discrimination. You know what I'm saying? All of these are real words. Which words are not real? Does she not know what these words mean? That is hilarious. Racist is a real word. Ableist is a real word. Audist is a real word. Oralist is a real word. White supremacist is a real word. Like, what does she not think are real words? You know what I'm saying? Just say you don't know these definitions. Google is free. You know what I'm saying?
Take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow.
So, and then Beth Coleman, and then I said to Beth Coleman, every word I said was a real word, and if you studied discrimination at all, you would know, you white supremacist. And then I said I'd laugh at the face too, because she laughed. And then Cass Sinclair said on this post, what's really disturbing is that you use your alleged business page to harass and bully complete strangers with baseless and false information. You have absolutely no proof of any of the claims you're making. How is libel in any way good business? And she left a screenshot of the same comment she had already left me that we discussed. And I've already addressed all of that because me talking about you isn't harassing or bullying you. Me just talking about why I disagree with you, that's not harassment or bullying. So you don't know what, so they don't know what a lot of these words mean, and then they're using words out of context as well. And when I tell you where they say these words aren't real, that is evidence to me that they don't know what these words mean. You know what I'm saying? And she keeps saying that I have an alleged business page. It's so funny to me. I'm going to tell that to the taxes. I'm not going to pay taxes, and I'm going to say I'm not paying taxes because I have an alleged business. It's not real. Can this get me out of taxes? I want my fucking money. And it's so funny that you're trying to tell me, like, shame me for saying it's not good business to speak out about what I have social right issues with. But you think it's totally good business to culturally appropriate and to do the same to me. Like, and you know what I mean? It's like, if you weren't speaking out against me, I would be like, yeah, that's fine if you don't think I should use my business page to speak against others. But you do the same thing. It's so fucking funny. And that's not my criticism of you. What you're criticizing me for is what you're doing yourself. I'm not criticizing you for doing something I'm doing. Just saying. And yeah, what you're criticizing me for is mostly things I'm not even doing. And then Nancy Reed said, I don't agree. Okay, I already responded to Nancy. This is that Nancy Reed comment that I had already talked about, and I said to her, I don't agree with you defending and supporting white supremacists. My real name is Alexis Lorena Carney, and I told Cass how I felt. The only bully there is here is Cass, and all of you people here defending her disturbing behavior. I sent no one after her, and she sent several people after me. They don't think that them as a group are bullies just because I disagreed. Like, my words provoked them that much just because I dare to have a difference of opinion and not take it back. You know what I'm saying? Which is funny because they accuse me of not being the one who can handle a difference of opinion, but okay. I said Cass is privileged. She is a white supremacist, ableist, audist, misogynistic, ageist, racist who sent several others to my page. This is all true. And I do have proof for that statement. There are several of you against me because only a bully would have people trying to bring down others for her. I sent no one to her page. I called her out for what she said to me. I don't know y'all besides you defending a white supremacist. Huge difference. You're supporting an oppressor, using oppressive language and discrimination against me. All I did was discuss why this is white supremacy. Yep. You are literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. By commenting, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. And then Julia Cole said, you have years of reviews showing you have a kind heart that resides within you. Such a shame this is the first impression you choose to give. You. Okay, and then I said to Julia, you are defending a white supremacist. It's so sad. This is the first impression you gave me. You could be a good person, but instead you support racism, ableism, misogyny, and audism. That's true, because Julia Cole has said less harmful things than the rest, but she, I think, is more calculated with her words. I don't think she's being less harmful just because she uses less harmful words. She's overall more calculated, but she'll still say harmful things in an underhanded way while acting like she's not saying that. So, and here's what I mean. She's like underhanded, yeah, like using the same, like acting like, oh, I thought you could have been, you have years of good reviews. Such a shame. You know what I'm saying? Like, try to shame me. I never try to shame them. I spoke to my anger towards them and why I don't like what they do. You see that difference where they're trying to make me feel bad. I'm not trying to make them feel anything, because I try to have a heart-to-heart with Cass about why it is wrong. I was genuinely trying to tell her it is not okay to harass and go after people for not giving you money. You can't bully people into giving you more money, and you can't go, mess with things that people pay for when you're providing them a service. That was my point. Like, it's extremely unethical. I just find them extremely unethical. And the fact that they think I'm unethical for talking about what I think is unethical, but they don't think they're unethical for supporting unethical things, is just extremely wild to me. And so I had said to Julia Cole, you are literally harassing me to defend white supremacy by commenting. You give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. Beth Coleman said none of that shit is true. I saw everything you said. Everything she said, and you're unhinged, in all caps. If you can't act rationally on social media, maybe you should get a new hobby. Okay, thanks, bye. That itself is ableism. This is discrimination. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's just, I never said one thing to them about their mind, about their mindset, about their ableism. And then I said, you using ableist slurs to support white supremacy tracks. And I doubt someone who claims ableism, oralism, audism, etc. aren't real words understands whether or not I'm telling the truth. Because she's the one who was telling me I wasn't using real words when I was, just because she didn't know them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that she has good reading comprehension skills. I don't think she understands enough about the things that we're arguing about to understand why she's contributing to harm. And then Lauren Claire Johnson, and she's the one who was using a child's photo for their profile picture. But so if you look through all of these photos, and then there's one person in my cover photo that's like the adult that was here. But yeah, okay, so Lauren Claire Johnson says, wow, you're out there. It is Lifetime movie level weird to go on someone you don't even know's page, steal their pics, and make a post disparaging their character. Grow up seriously and stop making up stuff to hurt others. That's not how it happened, though. You know what I'm saying? So, I didn't steal anybody's pictures. That's weird to say. I don't think you understand what fair use is. You're allowed to use image to talk about what someone did in a public platform. Okay? Okie dokie. Now, if you are going to leave me a bad review, I will go look at your profile picture, and I may use your profile picture when discussing your review. I do not feel that is stealing content. I feel that is granted under Fair Use Copyright Act. It is publicly posted information. I didn't go look for it anywhere that it wasn't readily available for me to see. I didn't even profile dive for it. It's right there. You made it your profile photo. That's not stealing. Okay. So I think it's Lifetime movie weird to accuse someone of stealing something they didn't steal. And you're the one coming on my page. You don't even know me, so you think you're Lifetime movie level weird about yourself? You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying about the hypocrisy. They're very hypocritical. And then make a post disparaging their character. I never made a post disparaging their character. Me talking about why I have a problem with you is not disparaging your character. If you see me discussing why your actions are harmful as disparaging to you, it's just because you're not doing good things, okay? And I said, stop being ageist. Oh, and she said, grow up seriously and stop making stuff up to hurt others. I haven't made any of this up. Unless these people are a figment of my imagination, none of this is made up. This is literally me telling you what is true. What is my experience? What did I understand from all of this? Okay. And I told her, stop being ageist and stop defending people who hurt others just because you support disturbing behavior. And She said, how am I ageist? Because I told you to grow up because you act like a middle schooler with your bullying behavior. I am ageist because you're immature. How about you check your behavior towards others? The only person showing disturbing behavior is you. I'm not into tarot, whatever it is, but I know Cass is a good person. She is kind, something you are clearly not. I don't understand how someone who stalks a minor, someone who bullies people online, someone who literally antagonizes customers who doesn't pay for them, someone who is racist and culturally appropriate, someone who discriminates against mental health, someone who discriminates against deaf people, someone who is ableist and misogynistic, someone who body shames, someone who slut shames is a good person or is kind. But that's just the difference between you and I guess. I don't really understand what's disturbing about me for speaking out against them, but you know, I think it's more disturbing to uphold oppression than to speak out against it personally. But it's really interesting to me. She says, how am I ageist? And then she continues to be ageist, telling me I'm somehow acting like a middle schooler for pointing out the ways in which they're discriminating. And then telling me I'm the immature one. That is ageist. What is immature about asking you to stop discriminating or for holding the discrimination accountable? Because I don't have evidence, but I try to have a genuine heart-to-heart with Cass before calling her out. Try telling her, like, look, I know, work is hard. I've been there, been a DoorDash driver before. But like trying to explain to her it's wrong to antagonize and to fuck with people's orders and to mess things up for people just because you're not making enough money. That's not okay. I was trying to tell her these things, and instead she's like sitting here telling me that I'm a bootlicker and blah, 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 because she's not making enough money. And I'm over there just like, okay, I could give you tips. Like, I don't understand. Perhaps you could go job hunting then, but I don't understand how wasting time fucking with people is gonna make you more money if you're not getting paid already, you know? But yeah, I don't think that I'm immature for discussing these issues. I don't think it's immature to call out human rights issues. I do think it's interesting how this person calls me immature for this though. I think these people, it's interesting how these people call me immature and try to bring down my mental capacity or abilities when they've never educated themselves on a lot of business things, so that kind of seems immature to me to speak out against business issues when you don't know about them. For example, calling me a scam, but then saying she doesn't even know what I do by my page. But if you look at my content on marketing, I explain it so much. It's like, just ask a question if you don't get it. Damn. You know what I mean? So that kind of thing is what I'm saying. And I said, implying I'm not grown up because I stand firm against you is ageism. You using middle schoolers in a derogatory way is ageism. You calling me a bully when you are the one bullying me is self-deflection from your behavior. Me responding to bullies like you is not the same as you bullying me to defend white supremacy. Someone who doesn't understand why discrimination is wrong isn't likely to understand what to apply the term disturbing to in terms of behavior. Just because you don't know about tarot and Cass being racist doesn't excuse it. Your limited perception of Cass as a good person doesn't excuse her or your discrimination. If you are a good people, you would not be arguing that if you think someone is a good person, you will ignore discrimination while you discriminate. And I said, you are literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. And she said, get help. And I said, I hope one day you educate yourself and work on yourself. And I said, by commenting, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. Ooh, accidentally clicked way off. Let's see how far down we got. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, okay. And we still got a good bit to go. Damn, this is gonna be a long one. Um, and then Jamee Smith Gomez said, Deaf Child, I'm unclear about what you think you're accomplishing with this post. You're allegedly a marketing professional, but you're calling out some person you don't even know for some unwoke offense you think they've committed, and you put this on your business page. Do you not realize that people do not want to hire a marketing consultant who is petty and vindictive and airs whatever dirty laundry this is in public? Do you understand what a disappointment you are to your clients when you see garbage like this? It is not clear that the repercussions of this will obliterate your bottom line. That's hilarious because I've been so fucking busy that I can't keep up with it. So that's so funny to me. Is this a reflection of your marketing approach? And you need to seriously rethink your business. If you want to implode your business, be my guest, but leave this person you don't even know out of it. It's so weird how they keep trying to threaten me as if they think they can hurt me. You need to focus on getting your act together, not on judging some person just trying to live their life. You're creating enough problems for yourself as it is. Stay in your lane. Also, for the record, it is spelled Romani with a Y. For God's sake, if you're going to flame someone, at least proofread your word. What an embarrassment. Okay, so I've already shown you from a Romani source how this Romani person spells Romani with an I. And my auto captioner here is even spelling Romani with an I. So it's actually very common. Both spellings are accurate. But Romani is an accurate spelling with an I. So with a Y is not wrong. But she is wrong for telling me I'm wrong for using the I. That is not valid. Okie dokie. Now, they keep telling me allegedly I do marketing. Allegedly I have a business. It's so funny. Like, I really hope that allegedly I don't have to pay taxes then. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be me when the IRS, like, why would you pay taxes? Because allegedly I don't have a business. Like, evidence. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Fucking, but this is why white people have to stop using AAVE. Like, I feel like she's intentionally using these words. And because I get myself where so much of cultural appropriation has occurred to where white people appropriate AAVE into English to where I can understand saying AAVE and not knowing that it came from AAVE because I don't know the etymology of every word I say. That is a lot of information. So when I learn that something is not appropriate for me to say, and then I learn to stop saying it. Like, one thing, I think I keep saying period. Like, I recently learned it's not appropriate for me to say period. Or like point blank period. Things like that are AAVE, I've been told is not appropriate for me to say. And so I will still catch myself saying those types of catchphrases because they got so ingrained into English a bit because of cultural appropriation that I'll be, oh, fuck, my bad. Because I didn't find out until later where the etymology came from, and then now I'm unlearning saying it, right? So that I get. But when it's just like the way they're using, like they're misappropriating and changing these words. Like, I don't like the way they're saying unwoke. I think they meant woke, but I don't know. But then what the fuck do they mean by unwoke? Like, what? I can't speak to the origins or the etymology of the AAVE of woke because I am white, but, like, I just feel like there are levels to that word choice there that I can't even unpack. Is that okay for me to say? Is that AAVE? That could be AAVE. Right? So, anywho, working on it. Okie dokie. And then the same with, like, stay in your lane. I don't know. Okie dokie. Now, this post, whenever I make those posts and put that information out there, it's literally an awareness post. The point of awareness is just getting attention to let someone know information, and so they can then determine what they want to do with it. When I see discrimination, I do have a long history of calling it out and making posts about it and posting on across platforms. Whether or not you agree with me doing that is up to you, fine. But the point for me to do it is to process value alignment, to process what is a safe space for me, process why I don't feel safe in certain spaces, and so others can determine that for themselves. And that's the same here. Now, I also don't even like when people will do really bad things and then they'll try to say, well, you don't know me, so it doesn't matter that I did this bad thing. That doesn't mean shit to me. And them keep saying it's okay for strangers to be bad to each other is something I don't get. You know what I'm saying? They're just kind of they're like distancing themselves, not because it's more to distance themselves from their own actions, on top of gaslighting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's not relevant to the conversation at all. It really isn't. Me talking about why I have a problem with what you said isn't relevant to how well I know you. I can have a problem with something you said without knowing you well at all. Okie dokie. I don't think you realize that people do want to hire the type of marketing consultant like me because I get hired. I'm still kicking. I'm still chilling. I'm not petty or vindictive, though. But how am I airing dirty laundry in public if what I'm saying is not true? So they've been trying to discredit me and saying that everything I've said is false and discredit me. But then they're also saying I'm airing out dirty laundry in public. How am I airing out dirty laundry in public if it's false information? They contradict themselves. I feel like this is why I feel like they're gaslighting me and trying to act like I'm not telling the truth, but they know I am. Because I wouldn't be airing out dirty laundry if it was false information. You know what I'm saying? Dirty laundry is not false information. Dirty laundry is a hidden secret you don't want others to know about. Dirty laundry is when you air out your dirty laundry, literally means airing out the real things that happen you don't want others to know. Do you know what I'm saying? That's you admitting I'm telling the truth, in my opinion, to me. Okie dokie. And then when they're trying to say you understand what disappointment you are to your clients when they see garbage like this is another thing where I say, like, their only purpose to me seems to be just to bring me down or try to degrade me or diminish me or attack me just for daring to criticize her for antagonizing others. You know what I'm saying? And that's how white supremacy perpetuates itself and how they try to police me. You know what I'm saying? As a group, this is white supremacy. And then she's saying if this is, the repercussions of this will obliterate your bottom line. How can the repercussions of me arguing with someone online obliterate my bottom line? Unless I'm saying something that's discrimination. So you don't think that you discriminating against me could obliterate is harmful, but you think me discussing, you know, these social issues could obliterate my bottom line? What? I don't get that. And that kind of shows where people like to weaponize capitalism as structural genocide against you. They're trying to like weaponize or take away my ability to generate money because they don't want me to be successful. I think that's interesting. Me talking about her culturally appropriating tarot reading does not impact her bottom line. Her bottom line was based on DoorDash, but she's not making tips in DoorDash because she doesn't treat people well. You know what I'm saying? And this is all evidence to me of that. But and then she was basically like, they keep talking about my marketing approach, but they don't even know what these words mean. And here's the thing about it. I'm deaf. I'm one of 4 deaf-owned businesses in the entire United States that owned are a marketing agency, deaf-owned marketing agencies. There's only like 4 of us. And I can't find another deaf-owned marketing agency that started before me. If someone finds a deaf-owned marketing agency that started before 2013, please let me know. Thank you. So fucking yeah, I don't move through life in a normal way to hearing standards because that's never been accessible to me. I'm totally okay with moving outside of social norms. You know what I'm saying? Social norms aren't acceptable. They're not accessible. They are harmful. Okay. I don't think I need to rethink my business. I think my business is very good. Thank you. I think, like, it's interesting. She's like, if you won't conform to doing what I want the way I want it, you shouldn't exist. It's kind of her logic. Like, just don't work with me? Bruh, I don't want to work with you. I would never work with someone like this. Like, I'm not for everybody. Like, my business is not meant to be for you. It's for empowerment of marginalized communities, not for oppressors, not to uphold oppression. Um, how is this imploding my business though? It's been several months later and I've got so much work that I'm not actually able to manage my workload because I currently have too much work from my clients to where I don't feel I can stay on top of it, actually. So it's interesting how people act like I'm going to have no customers if I'm myself or if I dare to have an opinion. That's not true. You can be yourself. When people say that, it's only because they want to silence you and they want to harm you. It's literally, um, and then for them to be like, why don't you leave me out of it? Like, you're the one, you know, why don't you stay out of if it's not your fucking business? You don't even know what happened. I don't understand why none of these people don't stay out of it. They're all telling me to mind my business, but none of them minded theirs. Oh, my captioner is not working. Let's get my captioner up. I'm just going to refresh the whole thing because it gets weird after a long time. This is a long-ass live stream. Let's see if I can cut it up by 4 hours. Ugh, I might take a little breaky break. Okie dokie. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go grab a drink. We're going to take a 5-10 minute breather and then we're going to keep going. Okay, I'm going to finish reading this Jamee Smith Gomez statement. Oh yeah. And then we're going to take a break and then we're going to keep going. And then they keep saying, like, you need to focus on getting your act together, not on judging some person just trying to live their life. I'm not just judging some person trying to live their life. This is still, this is one altercation, okay? This is all from one altercation that happened several months ago. So it's not ongoing. Besides me making this video, just to put, like, I'm going to pin this on my Facebook profile page, like a link to this video. So, you know, if you want your reviews for how you feel about me on my page, that's totally fine. I am just going to therefore then put my feelings about your reviews about me pinned on my page, just so both sides are out there. If people want to know, they can come find out. And if somebody is turned off by me because of these reviews, it wasn't meant to be. I'm good with that. Oh, timing and alignment. But with my lead generation strategies, this hasn't impacted it to my knowledge. You know, in some ways, I'm not going to know the impact of it because I won't know if someone didn't do business with me if they didn't do business with me. But on another level, I feel like it's kind of like a dichotomous key. Like, those who are really paying attention, when you look at the wordings, I think it's a value alignment filter for people who care about anti-discrimination. You know, what it does will turn people off who are more of like that fake social activism, who cares about more about appearances and how I really am, you know, because I don't want people to think I'm perfect. So I'm good with this. I'm not perfect. I've got a lot of issues I'm working through, but that doesn't mean that my criticisms aren't valid. Okay, so we're gonna take a break. Oh yeah, the last statement was the Romani telling me to proofread and that I'm an embarrassment. Imagine being so wrong about that statement and trying to shame me for something you're this wrong about. And that's how I feel about the rest of the post she made. You know what I'm saying? Right. Okay. I can feel my throat being weird. So I'm gonna go grab a drink. Let's do our breaky break. Loud music is happening. Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys about that earlier with the intro thing. But I'm going to step away, then I'm going to be right back, and we're going to continue the exploration of this commentary. Be right back. Alrighty, and I am back. So it's a long ass live stream. Thank you so much if you're actually watching this. Holy fuck, power to you. You deserve dinner. Well, obviously you should be eating, but you should treat yourself. Do something real nice. I'm sorry. Okay, so what I've noticed that I've been doing and what I need to not do in order to speed this up is when I'm reading this, I keep reiterating and harping on points I've already made. And because this live stream is so long, we're going to be we're not even done. If you look in the background, you can kind of see a scroll bar right here. We're about halfway done with the comments, right above the arrow. Somehow my mouse isn't showing up for me on OBS though. That's interesting. Okay, sorry. But fucking, so we still got more content to look at here. So it gets a bit repetitive, as it already has been repetitive, as you've seen. So what I'm going to try to do from here on out is just read it and address new points that come up, because I think the last point I wanted to show is where I was shamed for my nudity, and I think I have made every other point I discussed, but I just want to click through and at least go over the comments. Okay, so let's go over my response. I actually don't even know if I'm saying this person's name right, and I just don't give a fuck. So they're Jamie today, but their name may not be pronounced Jamie, so whatever. Julia Cole said to Jamee Smith Gomez's comment that we had just read and responded to, she said, Alexa's actual business webpage is partly nude photos of her. I am thinking she does not have the capacity to think clearly nor like an adult. One review even says that she is hard of hearing in one ear and hears fine from the other, a person who knows her in person. I just don't understand the lack of maturity here unless she truly is a teenager. So let's address all of this. First of all, that's not even what Robbie Cass said. Robbie Cass said that I'm hard of hearing because I'm deaf in one ear, not the other. Which he's still wrong, because I already showed you my audiogram. I have no hearing on one side at all. And I have partial deaf. I hate this because it's so ableist. I'm partially deaf on the other. I miss a third of the alphabet in my hearing ear. I have no hearing on my left side. I already showed you my audiogram and all of this at the beginning of that. And I already showed you emails with my audiologist. Okie dokie. So I am deaf. I can prove it. And he knew me from high school. That doesn't mean he knows my medical history. And we barely spoke. Just because we were in classes together doesn't mean that we know each other well. You can be in class with someone and barely have spoken to them. That doesn't mean he knows shit about me, right? So, you can judge a stranger for what they said, but that doesn't mean you can speak to who they are. So, I never judged Robbie Cass. I never spoke about what are his medical conditions, whether or not he has medical conditions, what is his mental health. I never spoke to that. I only judge him for his stance on supporting police brutality with Robbie Cass. And then he tries to say, well, she's not deaf. And those are the reviews he leaves me, because I went to high school with her, so she's not deaf enough, because she's hard of hearing, which hard of hearing is deaf. I already showed you with the other source that deaf identity includes hard of hearing. You know what I'm saying? Why am I hard of hearing? Because I have deafness. Dumbass, I'm deaf. Dumbass is ableism as well. That is something I am working on. But if you notice, that slipped out of me now, but I didn't call them dumbasses. If you see here, I do not believe I actually called them dumbasses to their face. I kind of wish I did, but I did not, because I do believe that term is ableism, and it did slip out of me because of me needing to work on me decolonizing. I never said I was perfect. But to say what's wrong with my business webpage having partly nude photos of me? There's nothing wrong with that. She's saying that I don't have the capacity to think clearly nor like an adult. With those two sentences alone, that sentence right there is only ableism and ageism. With that, it's misogynism. You know what I'm saying? That is very misogynistic. So, yeah. And then she said the lack of maturity here, unless she truly is a teenager. People really do think I do look that young, because people just think I look that young when they see me. Um, and I think it's so funny. I'll drop the skincare routine too. I know I've been doing the hair care routine. I'll drop the skincare routine for you guys too. It's okay. You don't have to. You can ask for the skincare routine. I'll share it with you. Thanks for telling me I look young. But I just want to reiterate, so these are the people currently body shaming me for sharing my nude body. I'm just throwing it out there. These are the people body shaming me for enjoying myself naked. Okay. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Yeah. So, I mean, you know what's interesting? They think that me holding firm that discrimination is not okay, and me holding firm on holding Cass accountable for what they claim is airing out dirty laundry is me being immature, but they don't think they're immature for the way they bully me. They don't think they're immature for the way they harass me. They don't think they're immature for the way they uphold and cover up dirty laundry and the way they uphold discrimination. That's interesting to me. And then Jamee Smith Gomez said, certainly emotional immaturity fits here, but I agree that the problem could be deeper. Regardless, her behavior is uncalled for and Facebook needs to remove this post. Well, I mean, then why didn't you report it? Or if you did report it and they didn't delete it, then maybe I'm not going against terms of service. Nothing I said goes against terms of service. That's interesting. I think Facebook should be more like, um, I see Facebook, it will take down, I'll see people say things like, all people deserve equal wages, and that will get taken down on Facebook for like harassment, which is interesting. But then people will like use slurs, and it will be fine. I do think that is interesting though. Facebook reporting is weird. Um, but said to them, I said to Julia Cole, do you understand how misogynistic and ableist your commentary about me sharing my nudity or dismissing my deafness is? Of course, someone defending white supremacy would come be ableist, audist, misogynistic, and ageist on my page. And I told Jamee Smith Gomez, you're self-projecting in terms of state of emotional maturity. Regardless, Facebook needs to ban you. And I said to Julia Cole, you're literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. And then I said to Jamee Smith Gomez, hi, I don't work with white supremacists. It's not unprofessional to call out white supremacists. It's a good thing to advocate for human rights. I'm standing up against Cassie's, it's just typo, it says Cassius, which I think is funny because that brings me back to the to the Roman Empire, and that is to, not Cassius isn't part of the Holy Roman Empire. That was a word mistake on my part. But with Cassie's racism, ableism, and how she brags about fucking with others for more money. But yeah, Roman Empire type thing, like colonizer type thing, I think that's a funny slip up. Okay. And then I said, you supporting and defending her behavior is all there is to say about you. People who I have value alignment with don't consider human rights issues garbage. And then I said, if this is a reflection of humanity, you need to seriously rethink your values. If you want to implode on people for fighting for human rights issues, be my guest, but leave me out. And then I don't know, I think I got the screenshot on there. Oh, here it is. Oh, but leave me out of you defending white supremacists. I didn't get the rest of this. And then I said, do you not realize that people impacted by cultural appropriation feel more safe than others who fight against cultural appropriation? I also think I've been self-projecting my own issues where when I'm fighting against cultural appropriation in the deaf space and I'm getting no help, I wish others would help me, which is why I think also like why I will lash out with that too. Like, and I said, did you not realize what a disappointment you are to society when you defend white supremacists? I think when I get to this point, them trying to shame me so much at this point is like getting to me here. And then I say, is it not clear that long-term sustainability is more important than short-term profits? Boop. And then I say, why would I want money from white supremacists? Yup. And then I say, you need to focus on getting your act together, not defending white supremacists for appropriating Romani culture and using ableist slurs to attack deaf people. Stay in your lane is AAVE, and if you're not black, it is racism and cultural appropriation for you to appropriate AAVE. Also, for the record, it can be spelled both ways, and Romani is the more popular spelling. For God's sake, if you're going to use spelling to defend racism, at least be right about it. What an embarrassment you are. That is funny. And that is true, and we've already shown evidence for that. And then I said, you're literally harassing me to defend white supremacy. And then Dana Horn Wilson said, this is all totally untrue. This person is just a bully. But I've already shown y'all in screenshots, particularly with that last one where it says I'm airing out dirty laundry, where I show why I believe they basically admit I'm telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? The two things where they say that I'm airing out family drama and that I'm airing out their dirty laundry are the two statements where I feel like they slip up on gaslighting me, where they kind of admit I'm telling the truth. Because that aligns with what I had said. How would I have been saying any family drama or airing out any dirty laundry if I was lying? And so then I replied to Dana Horn Wilson. Yes, Cass is a bully. Yes, the comments defending her white supremacy are untrue. If I were the bully, why is Cass the one sending people to harass me? You and Cass are the bullies. And Dana Horn Wilson said, because you apparently need the correction. Oh, woe is me, I lied and got called on it. You need some serious therapy based on your historical posting. Good luck with that victim complex. Yeah. And I told Dana Horn Wilson, hi, to correct someone first, you have to give an accurate fact to address inaccuracy. Thanks for admitting you lied and got caught on it, though. I hope you address your ableism because you discriminating against me while claiming I have a victim complex is a gaslighting technique known as victim blaming. And then Libby Wells said to me, if you educate yourself, you don't have to fuck people over to make yourself feel better. Sounds like you need to follow your own advice. And then, who did I fuck over to make myself feel better? None of this made me feel good. None of this was to make me feel good. I never did any of this to feel good. I don't feel safe in a world where cultural appropriation and where exists, where discrimination exists, where people just justify literally fucking over things that people pay for when they give it to them. When people, I don't, like, things like that make me hate the road. And so then I feel like I want to do something about it and I can't. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean I'm trying to do things to make me feel better. It means I don't understand this reality and I haven't found a system or a place or any what I'm saying, like, there's no right way to learn how to decolonize, okay? At least I'm fucking trying is where I'm at. Like, that doesn't excuse the harm I cause for sure, but I do feel like it's why I am not fucking people over by calling out harm I perceive. On the premise of that, if I say something discriminatory when calling out harm I perceive, that's still wrong. It should be fixed. But it alone is not fucking people over. When have I ever fucked anybody over? The closest thing that came to that is paying people late. But I pay them. I didn't fuck them over at the end of the day. I came through. That was over 5-6 years ago. Paying, and I'm not talking about big businesses. I'm talking about individuals. Like, that's the you know what I'm saying? I admit to the shit I do. If I am not admitting to something or taking accountability to something, it's because, perhaps, like, if there is something I said in this situation that is discriminatory, I would love to do better and learn on that. But where they're coming from, they're not able to articulate to me anything that I do that is actually discriminatory or wrong to say. What I perceive them doing is gaslighting me for daring to speak out against them. But yeah, And I told Libby Wells, stop projecting how you feel about yourself to deflect from supporting racism, ableism, and someone who brags about harming others is interesting. If you followed my advice, maybe you wouldn't support disturbing people. Thank you for engaging with my posts and helping me spread the word and supporting my business. Thank you for helping me get the word out. Yeah, because I don't want fucking engaging in a damn post. If you don't want someone to see a post, engaging with it is just going to get it seen more. By the way, letting you know, it's not a... Anyhow. And I said I will use the names and comments of every person to boost my SEO and make content under your name. Thank you for engaging to boost my content and submitting your comments for my content. This is all legal to do under Facebook terms and conditions and under the Fair Use Copyright Act in terms of commentary. I'm just making it very explicit that that is what I will be doing. So that if somebody doesn't want that to be done, they can stop commenting. Because not everybody wants to be shared, right? But you could be. You should, you shouldn't be commenting on a public forum if you don't want to be shared. If because it is legal to share anything in a public forum, right? Like, okay, so anyway. And Cassie Hope says, when you steal photos from a stranger's profile to make libelous claims about them, having people respond to that is not harassment. You put the post out there. If you want to be left alone, perhaps you should consider deleting it. So that is why I think she's just trying to pressure me to not talk about what I perceive as issues with her. I don't think she understands the law, or she understands like how material works, or Facebook terms and policies, or how copyright works. You know what I'm saying? So, it is not legal for somebody to just go use a picture on a social media profile to monetize it. However, it is legal for anybody to use any photo on a social media platform to provide critique and commentary on either the photo or the something that the person said or did. That is totally legal. And whenever you upload photos to Facebook as part of terms and conditions, part of what you agree to, is the fact that now your images could be used by anybody. Okay? So, this is all legal, and it's by definition not stealing. It's just kind of showing you don't understand the terms of agreement of what you're paying for. We've already discussed that this isn't defamation or libel or slander. And the difference between libel and slander is whether or not something is posted online or said orally or said permanently. And I always forget which one's which, but I just know that's the difference, and they're both forms of defamation. I'm pretty sure. Google that. Lawyers can correct me, but something like that. Google that. But I got the sources in the description. We did go over those sources earlier too. Okay. Now, having people respond to you, that is not harassment. Harassment is any form of unwanted contact. If I tell you not to talk to me, or that I no longer want to talk to you, or that any further contact is harassment, it is by definition after that. By definition. There is a difference between continuously harassing someone to where you can legally then get them for harassment, where you can show a long period of harassment or something, or, but just because something happens one time doesn't mean it wasn't harassment. You know what I'm saying? And when I let you know it's harassment, that's me letting you know. You don't get to tell me if I'm being harassed by you or not. Harassment is unwanted contact. You don't get to decide for me what I want. That's the whole premise of autonomy. If I want to be left alone, I should not talk about you. I can talk about you and still not want to engage with you. I can talk about my experience with you and no longer want you in my space. And you may say, well, why didn't you block them? I blocked them later. The reason I didn't block them yet was at that point, they were, so many of them had come in one, they were all coming in like, in the time and the way that they were coming, what was happening was, before I blocked them, I decided I wanted my responses out there. So I would put my responses until I felt I had my ideas together there before I would then go to block. So now, I think I blocked most of them. I think some of them blocked me, but I blocked most. But yeah. And I said, sharing a public profile image to raise awareness of an adult that stalked a minor, appropriates Roma culture, brags about making it harder for people to get what they pay for if they don't give her more money, bullied me for calling her out, and is now sending people like you to bully me for standing firm against her is not libel. For something to be libel, it must be false. You not understanding what happened doesn't change what occurred. The definition of harassment is any form of unwanted contact. The moment I tell you you're harassing me, that is unwanted contact, and you legally are and have harassed me. I'm not reaching out to you on your page. You put your harassing comments out here to me. Me speaking out against bullies like you doesn't excuse you continuing to bully. You should consider working on yourself and being a good person. Blaming others for your actions is alarming. It's not my fault you chose to harass me. Now, on the same token, you could say I was harassing her, but if by talking to her, she didn't want me to talk to her. However, I didn't continue talking to her in her space, after I was aware that I was unwanted there. Like, yeah, we were arguing, but then there's a difference between arguing with someone and then them saying, we're not having this conversation, I don't want to talk to you, or we're not doing it anymore. We're not doing it. Like, there's like a difference between expressing we're not having, like, no longer wanting contact versus arguing with someone. Not every argument is harassment. Difference, okay? So, I left her space, and I went to my own space. And then she followed me to my space. Ooh, my space. Okay. Anywho, anyway, I said, by leaving this review, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business, giving me more content. And she said, much good may it do for you. And I said, it's so when people look up your name, they know my experience with you supporting white supremacy. If you Google an ableism, let me know if you see me. I can get found online for your name, just like I can for that. That is true. And it's not like I'm over here like I'm going to go after your name. Oh, is it Cass or Cassie? I don't know, Cassie, Philip, Cassie. But to this Cassie Hope, because, so Cassie Hope is Cass, right? Okay. And Cassie Hope said, literally everything you have written here is libel for which you have no evidence. I have evidence for most of what I've said here. And the three things I don't have evidence for, I feel I have admissions for in two statements. One, where someone accused me of airing out family drama, which aligns with what you accused me of lying about. And two, where someone accuses me of airing out dirty laundry. How was I airing out dirty laundry if I was lying? What does dirty laundry mean? Personal or private affairs that one does not want to be made public. Embarrassing private matters that one would prefer not to be made public. So, it's not that I wasn't telling the truth, it's just that you don't want others to know about it. Got it. Okie dokie. So, then he said, you stole photos from a complete stranger's profile to broadcast projected and false claims about them and their family on your business page. We've already proven I didn't steal any photos. Are you fucking kidding me? Reporting on the images that you're using when you comment and that you have published, reporting on the images that you have publicly posted whenever you are commenting and harassing me so that I can refer to you as the person who are leaving these comments to me is not stealing your photos. It's literally, by definition, fair use by reporting on what you said. That is all. Okay. And projected false claims about them and their family on your business page. Which, aside from being massively inappropriate and none of your business, is extremely creepy and stalkerish behavior, and again, based on years worth of previous reviews, seems to be something of a bad habit for you. Okay, so I think it's interesting that you want to associate yourself and your family with the other reviews where people left against me, where they are defending police brutality, they are defending mass incarceration, and they are defending murdering Black people. So you associate, so she's the one associating her family with those reviews. She's the one associating her family. She's saying, I go after, if I speak out against people who support the police, if I speak out against people who are against Black Lives Matter, it is like me speaking out and airing out her dirty laundry and sharing her family drama. I think that is interesting that she wants to lump those parallels together. Because if she had read the comments on those reviews or on my page at all, she would know what those reviews are about. She obviously didn't do her homework. She's trying to make me feel bad about other people trying to punish me for calling them out on human rights issues, but I don't, you know? I've done things wrong with human rights issues, and just some things not even necessarily tied to human rights issues, just shitty as a person, you know? Like, for sure, like, I'm not saying I'm a great person, but I'm just saying it doesn't negate my critiques here. And then she said, you seriously need help, please seek a qualified therapist. Again, that is ableism. That is deep ableism. And I kind of think, I don't know. And she says, also, not that it really matters. So no, she's saying it doesn't matter to her. That it should matter to you. Like, maybe you could think I'm wrong, but it should, cultural appropriation should, the fact that you're like, cultural appropriation doesn't matter to me is fucked up. She says, tarot originated in France and Italy, not in Romani culture. Again, as I've been saying, tarot reading as a fortune-telling practice, as a way of living, as a profession, is Romani culture. The French and Italians only used tarot cards as a game. It was not their way of living. That's Romani culture. That is cultural appropriation. I've already shown the sources for that. And she doesn't have sources for what she says to me. And I believe the sources, you know, I don't know. So, anywho, she said, it's not a closed practice. Well, Romani people disagree with you, Cass. So actually, it's quite racist of you to assume that all fortune-telling practices are Romani, or that you can claim to speak for the Romani people. I never said that I speak for Romani people. In fact, I only showed you what Romani people are saying. Okay? And I amplified and repeated that. I didn't say anything different than the sources that I've shown you from Romani sources. And I, too, never assumed that all fortune-telling practices are Romani. I have already explained the differences in different fortune-telling practices and why I'm only strictly referring to Romani fortune-telling practices as it relates to tarot divination. And that tarot, as used in fortune-telling, is strictly a Romani practice, and it is a closed practice, and I've already shown evidence for that. So she thinks it's racist of me to amplify Romani voices, but she doesn't think it's racist for her to say that it doesn't really matter. That is interesting. And if she doesn't think it's racist of her to culturally appropriate, because she doesn't believe that it's cultural appropriation. And her discrediting the Romani lineage this way is exactly what Florian was talking about. And it's rooted in white supremacy, and it's still showing up today through people like Cass. And I said, hi, me stating my lived experience is not libel. Sharing images posted online for the purpose of education is covered by copyright infringement laws. No false claims were stated. They left a review on my business page. I'm using my voice that I made a post about. Defending an adult contacting a minor whose parents with no contact with her. Now, notice at this point, Cassie Hope, I assumed it was her, but you never know just in case it's not, because there can be a lot of people with that same name. And Cassie Hope's page didn't have her profile photo. It was a different it didn't have any of the pictures available. So there's 2 reviews on my profile. One is from Cass Hope. One is from Cass Sinclair and one is from Cassie Hope. Those are both the same people. And she copied and pasted the same review on both, right? But then, if you go back, I think I forgot to say this then, but if I remember after we're looking at all of these, I'll go back and show you. But if you go back and look at if I remember, highlight this in the description or the comments though. First comment that Cassie Hope had said to me that I had analyzed though, she basically was talking to me whenever I had basically said, if you ask Cass Sinclair's family if they are no contact with her, see what they say. If I remember correctly, I think Cassie Hope talked to me in the 3rd person as if she wasn't Cass Sinclair, because she should have talked to me in the 1st person if she was Cass Sinclair. That is not my family. But instead, if I remember correctly, Cassie Hope talked to me in the 3rd person at first and then ended up switching to 1st person later. But I could be remembering wrong, so I'm going to need to double check on that, and I will update the description with the verification of this too. It's okay, I remembered everything else about this so far correct, but memory can be flawed. So when it comes to this piece, did I remember that correct or not? We'll find out. Okay. And now, everything I've been saying, I don't know, let's keep going. I said, defending an adult contacting a minor whose parents went no contact with her. This is fat ass Cassie or her family if her sister went no contact, and if she tried to reach out to her niece after this, cannot be denied. While claiming the fair use exception for copyright infringement is stealing or disturbing shows just how creepy and stalkerish you may be to support an adult trying to maintain contact with a minor without parental consent. I stand by that. And then I said, speaking out against white supremacists is a habit for me. The only people who left bad reviews before were people defending discrimination. We seriously need to decolonize. So do I, but we all do. Shit. And then I said, please seek an anti-discrimination coach. Stop with the discrimination. For real. And then I said, also, whitewashing history and cultural appropriation does matter. And tarot is a closed Romani practice. So actually, it's quite racist of you to defend cultural appropriation with cultural genocide. Advocating against cultural appropriation as someone who experiences cultural appropriation is not the same as trying to speak for Romani people like you are doing by discriminating against them. Boop. And Cassie Hope said, again, you present absolutely no evidence of the veracity of your claims. Just you saying it doesn't make it true. Yes, that is libel. And when you make a public post on a public business page, members of the public will respond to you. That's not harassment. That's just how social media works. Based on your comments alone on these posts, I would never consider doing business with someone like you. Interesting how no one is coming to comment in your defense, though. Because I didn't ask anyone to. And because business pages don't get much engagement unless you spend money on the ad, on the post, and that's just common fact. Ask any business owner. Most business people will bitch about low engagement unless they boost a post. I'm not spending money on you. Are you fucking kidding me? Any person I've talked to about this has told me how fucked up they think you are. And I could pull up screenshots, but I'm not bringing my friends into this, because why would I want to associate my friends with someone like you? You know what I'm saying? I'll throw my own name in the mud because I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's why I'm going to shield my friends from my own arguments. I don't understand why you're like, okay, let's go attack somebody together. What? No. If I have a problem with you, it's between me and you. Why am I going to bring others in? I don't need other people to defend me. You know what I'm saying? I can defend myself. That's the biggest difference between us. And so, and you also don't seem to understand that me having a business doesn't mean you're not harassing me. You know what I'm saying? You can still harass a business. You can still harass people of a business. How do you not get that? It's not a public space. It's not a public business. My business is private. You know what I'm saying? It's a private business page. Just because you can comment doesn't necessarily mean you're not harassing me. I blocked you. You no longer have access to it. Why? Because it's not public. If it was public, you'd still be able to comment, even though I blocked you from the place I blocked you from. The only way you can comment is by coming from different accounts now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not public. It's private. You do not have access. So it's like so it's really interesting that you're telling me that that's not how social media works when you don't even get it. Like, you don't understand how things work, but you're trying to tell me it's not how it works. But you don't even understand how tarot works, and you supposedly practice it. What? You don't even understand the origins of tarot. And then she says, based on your comments alone, these posts, I would never consider doing business with someone like you. Okay, I would never want to work with you. Like, what? And you're saying, oh, no one. Okay. And I said, again, lived experience is fact. That's true. If this were to be investigated by law, one conversation confirming Cass has no contact with her family will legally clear me of any libel or defamation. That is true, and that is why I stand by it, because if it were to ever be investigated, everything I've said would be confirmed and come out in the court of law, right? Fucking. And then I said, you must provide evidence I'm not telling the truth to accuse me of lying, or you're just slandering. So, when everything I accuse of white supremacy, ageism, ableism, audism, oralism, misogyny, like all of that, the racism, all of that is shown in the comments. I have evidence for that, for why I can have an opinion on that, backed by this evidence, with those comments. I have evidence that we were arguing about this issue, because she's talking about what we were arguing about. You know what I'm saying? So I have evidence that we argued about whether or not these events occurred. I'm telling the truth about that. And then I said, just you denying it doesn't make it false. No, it is not liable for me to talk about what happened. And also, two people basically admitted it happened. One person said I was telling the family drama, and one person said I was airing out dirty laundry. So I feel like those two could technically be admissions. I don't know, personally. And then I said, when you harass a business owner, them owning a business doesn't mean you aren't harassing them. Or it doesn't mean you aren't harassing a stranger. That's not how harassment social media works. Based on your comments alone, you wouldn't qualify to do business with me, as I don't tolerate white supremacists like you in my space. That's true. Like, it's when I don't let people like this in my space. So, no. That is literally why I moderate my Discord the way I do. It's why I moderate my space the way I do. And then I said, interesting how I don't need others to fight for me or send others to bully others like Cass's group of white supremacists came to bully me. Me not weaponizing an audience against you like Cass chooses to bully others with doesn't make it any less wrong for you to support your discrimination with peer pressure. She said, again, you present absolutely no evidence for any of the claims you are making. Now, notice how I'm speaking to Cassie Hope in these comments as if Cassie Hope is not Cass Sinclair, because Cassie Hope is not. So she's speaking to me as if she's not her. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't refer to herself in the third person, but she's just like not admitting it's her here, and she is fucking just trying to gaslight me and dismiss everything I'm saying, even though people have already admitted that I'm airing out dirty laundry of the family drama, which is telling the truth, right? Because if you're airing out dirty laundry, that means your truth. Dirty laundry isn't a lie. Otherwise, it's not dirty laundry. Okay. So, I believed it to be true, and I don't know. Now, she says, so we've already discussed the evidence I have for the claims I'm making. And then she says, how is anyone else's family situation in any way your business or appropriate for you to blast on your business page? Speaking to a greater pattern of you antagonizing others is appropriate for my business page, because here you are antagonizing me. So yeah, me speaking to that pattern and then you doing it to me is just kind of like, look guys, I told you she'd do it to others. Here she's doing it to me. It's just kind of like making sure people understand that this is what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's just you antagonize when you don't get your way. She said, there's something seriously wrong with me that I feel the need to tear a complete stranger down publicly. So she thinks that I'm tearing her down for discussing why it's wrong for her to stalk a minor, why it's wrong for her to literally fucking culturally appropriate tarot reading, why it's wrong for her to harass me, why it's wrong for her to discriminate, why it's wrong for her to support and engage friends to use ableism, misogyny, racism, sexism, all of these things. It's not okay. All right? So she doesn't think any of that was bringing me down, but she thinks me calling her out for that is. I think that is interesting. She doesn't think that she's bringing others down by fucking with them if they don't pay her enough money. That is interesting. They paid for the thing already, dude. She doesn't think, yeah, I don't know. And I said again, you present no evidence I'm lying. It's true. I said lived experience is fact. If lived experiences were not your evidence, you wouldn't have testimony in court. And I said, how is defending an adult stalking a minor appropriate for you? Live your life. I don't know what the fuck I'm. An appropriate way for you to live your life is what I guess I meant. But then I said, calling an adult trying to maintain a relationship with a child without parental consent as family business is like calling abuse a domestic dispute. If you think there's something wrong with me for calling out social issues, but not with you for bullying me to defend white supremacy, it seems like you lack comprehension of what? Is seriously wrong with you tearing me, a complete stranger, down publicly to support white supremacy. Okie dokie. And then she says, actually, I know for a fact there is actually not in any kind of contact order in place, so that statement alone is defamatory. And I said, there's a difference between a legal no contact order and someone going no contact. Denying that Cass and her family are no contact, or that Cass wasn't even listed on certain family members' obituary lately, or that only Cass's dead name was used on obituaries, is you making defamatory statements. That's true, because Cass had that was left out of obituaries and had her dead name used on obituaries, and so then she was asking people to harass others for it. And so I said, it's fact Cass's sister is no contact with her, and Cass was sent a message telling Cass not to contact Cass's sister's daughter. Facts. And then I said, I'll be deleting the comments of people who have no value to contribute to this conversation. And I did delete their comments because I don't, when you keep their comments on, Facebook counts their engagement. But if you delete their comment, yeah, the reports or something could still be counted against you, for example, but that engagement is deleted. You no longer have that engagement. And the reason that is important is because of the algorithm. I do not want Facebook putting me in algorithms for people like this. You know what I'm saying? So that's the biggest reason it's important. But it's also because I don't want to give them the opportunity to change their words or delete the things that they're saying to me also. So it's like if I screenshot and delete, they can't, I don't feel gaslit later. You know what I'm saying? And then it's also like a way to make sure that the focus is on the issues I want to focus on and not have the conversation get muddied with where they're trying to distract it. Okay. And Cassie Hope said, you have literally no evidence for any claim you are making. I actually do have a lot of evidence for most of the claims I've made. And I've shown it all here. That this in this live stream. I've got 3.5 hours of me talking about this. So showing the screenshots. So you can decide whether or not your words are evidence of what you are and say and do. But she says, nor is it any of your business, nor is it appropriate for you to use your business page to steal someone else's private images to broadcast your defamatory claims. And we've already discussed that. I'm not going to keep addressing that comment. It's weird that she keeps saying that. It's because I think she really doesn't understand how social media works. You can't steal something that you posted publicly. Like if I were to use your photo, if I were to use your photo to run ads with, that wasn't related to reporting on something you did, but was, you know what I'm saying? Then perhaps because that would be using your image and likeness to monetize. So for example, I can't just go take Rihanna, for example, a public figure. I can't just go use Rihanna's image and run ads with pictures of Rihanna, like, hey, Rihanna's working with me. I can't do that, right? That's illegal. But if I want to report on the last concert Rihanna gave, and I use Rihanna's picture from the concert to report about the concert, or if I use Rihanna's current TikTok profile photo, is she even on TikTok? Fucking, that's not stealing. That's fair use. I don't think you understand law or commentary. She said, I can't imagine that your business is doing particularly well if defaming complete strangers how you choose to spend your time. And did I already read all of this? And then I said, you have no evidence for any claim you're denying, nor is it any of your business what I do. Fair use of copyright is not stealing. You're the one making defamatory claims. I can't imagine you're doing particularly well if defaming complete strangers how you choose to spend your time. That's funny. But it's also weird is people act like just because I own a business, I can't therefore have social issues or have altercations with people. Like, yeah, I can. Like, are you kidding me? Like, look at the bitches in Congress and the Republicans and the Democrats, and how they fucking fight each other on Twitter. They all got jobs. Why can't I? Fuck it. I mean, I don't want to be like them, but you know what I mean? I don't know. And I said, Cass is now stalking me and sending other white supremacists after me. If anything happens to me, please investigate Cass Sinclair. He was sending people to threaten my business and way of life. And I stand by that. If anything happens to me, please investigate Cass Sinclair. Because she sends people, I feel threatened by the things that they say to me. I feel like they are trying to make me feel like I won't have a place in society, or that they're going to threaten my ability to continue making a living. With the way that they word their words to me and their thing. Like me talking about her tarot reading and why it's cultural appropriation, me calling out the issues I have with all of this, and me accusing her of stalking and everything like that, I can have my opinion. I never specifically said, accused her of doing any particular thing other than saying, I think it's stalking and creepy and disturbing to continue contacting a minor without parental consent. I stand by that. I'll continue standing by that. Hate me all you want. That's where I stand. Is an accusation libel? I think an accusation could be an opinion. But I don't even know the definition of an accusation. Let's look that up. Oh, okay. If the charge or claim that someone has done something illegal or wrong. Well, and it says similar allegation. So, criticism is similar. Okay. So I don't know if these are the right words to use simply because I'm not the most familiar with the words, so, but. Continue said, how disappointing you would choose to support white supremacy over standing up for human rights. Stop bullying others. You're harassing me to support white supremacists. By leaving this review, you give me permission to use your name and content for my SEO. Thank you for boosting my business and giving me more content. And then I said, kept saying Cass is now stalking me and sending other white supremacists like this after me. And I said, if anything happens to me, please investigate the person that left this review who is acting on behalf of a bully in order to threaten my business and my way of life. Oh, okay. Now I see. I was accidentally reading old comments. My bad. So to somebody else, they had commented on why were my eyes so red, and I said I was likely just blazed, and someone, Libby Wells, said explains a lot, and I said, too bad there was no explanation for your alarming behavior, but thank you for supporting my page. And then Libby, and on my comment where I said that Cass was stalking me and sending other white supremacists after me, and if anything happens to me, please investigate Cass Sinclair, who is sending people to threaten my business and way of life. She said I started it. I never threatened them. I can show where they've threatened my business and way of life. I never threatened them. I've never discriminated against them, none of that. I never stalked them either. Me taking screenshots from their profile of the people commenting on me, on my page, isn't stalking you. It's just holding account, it's just making sure that I am acknowledging the person who is saying what they said to me. I am putting a picture to the name, a face to the name, to the word said. That's not stalking. Contacting me from several different pages after I've asked you repeatedly to stop is stalking me. Sending others to come after me is too. And the fact that you don't see the difference or that you're equating the two is why we don't have value alignment. And I said, I have never threatened anyone like y'all threatened me. Me standing up against your discrimination is starting it, but you discriminating isn't. Please stop bullying and harassing strangers to support a white supremacist. And I said, by the way, comments that have no value will be deleted, but thank you for supporting my page. And then Cassie Hope said, again, you present absolutely no evidence for any of the claims you are making. Claiming it is your lived experience is not evidence. And how is anyone else's family situation at any... Oh, wait, am I rereading the same thing again? She said there was something seriously wrong with you that you feel need to tear down a complete stranger down publicly. I remember reading that, but I don't remember if I read this following. Because at this point, Cassie Hope hasn't said to me that they are Cass Sinclair. They've only repeated the same vernacular of Cass Sinclair. But since they don't identify, that's why I think I felt like, I don't think they specifically used third-person pronouns but I still feel like they speak about Cass in the third person instead of owning up to Cass as the first person, because they don't use the first person. When I'm talking about my life, if someone's talking about me and I'm going to go talk to them, but why are you talking about me? You fucking, I can't imagine not using first pronouns. So I think it's the fact that when Cassie Hope talks to me, she's not using first or third person pronouns. She's using no pronouns, as you know what I'm saying, as if she's just trying to discredit me without acting like it's her. Is like, what? Like, why not say I'm Cass, so you're lying about me, if you know what I mean, instead of saying I have no evidence, because I'm not lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, if someone was lying about me and I had several, say I had several accounts. I don't actually. I have one log. I like to have one login for everything, okay? I don't make multiple accounts for things. Fuck that. I hate having to remember login information. But if people were talking about me and I was going to go tell them to set the record straight, I'm going to be like, yeah, you can't tell me more about me than me. So I don't understand, why wouldn't she talk to me that way? If, I don't know, but it's the way that she defends herself that feels more like gaslighting me than speaking the truth, right? Because I think there's a difference between when you are saying, I know my own life, let me tell you my lived experience, and let me tell you why this is wrong because here's the truth, versus completely just trying to discredit someone. Keep that in mind too. She, because why not just say what the truth was then if I'm lying? And then I said again, you present absolutely no evidence that I said for any of the claims you are making. Denying that testimony of lived experience is evidence shows you don't understand the legal system, much less the issue you are commenting on here. My post is a response to a review from a white supremacist left on my page. The background context of this white supremacist stalking a minor before bullying and harassing me is relevant. So at this point, I think I feel like it's Cass Sinclair, but I don't treat it like it's Cass Sinclair because she's not owning it. She's not owning her story. So why am I going to talk to you as if you're Cass if you're not speaking, if you're not owning those pronouns? You know what I'm saying? That's why. And then I said there is something seriously wrong with you defending a bully by bullying one of their victims. Standing up to bullies like you is not tearing down a stranger publicly, but your harassment of me is. And that is where we disagree and differ. And then I had told Cassie Hope when she said much good may it do to her that I was due to me that I was using her content for that I was using her for my content. I said raising awareness against white supremacy is good to me. And then to one of her comments that I already read, I said to her about where she had said that not that it really matters, but tarot originated in France and Italy, and that fortune telling practices, it's racist to assume that fortune telling practices are Romani and things like that. I told her literally everything you insult me with is slander and baseless accusations for which you have no evidence. You call fair use of, did I read this already? I feel like I've uploaded things twice in here. You call fair use of copyright stealing, but that shows either you're intentionally lying about every statement you make or you're unable to understand the topic of discussion. And then I said, talking about facts that happen are not false claims. I find relevancy between how Cass stalked her minor niece and is now bullying and stalking and harassing me with a group of people, including you. I find it massively inappropriate and none of your business that you would bully me because you want to defend a white supremacist, and it is extremely creepy and stalkerish behavior you would leave me this review and these comments. Based on years of fighting other white supremacists like you, I understand that when bullies lash out like you is because it is a habit for you to harass others. You seriously need to decolonize. Seek anti-discrimination education. Stop the ableism and supporting other forms of discrimination. Also, cultural appropriation does matter. Tarot is a closed Romani practice. Stop whitewashing history, that is colonizer behavior. It's actually quite racist of you to use cultural genocide to excuse whitewashing history and cultural appropriation. I experienced cultural appropriation, so I know what it means to stand in solidarity against cultural appropriation, which is not speaking for Romani people, but amplifying their voices, unlike you trying to erase their history and culture. You know what I think is happening here? I think she and I have, in both situations, she and I both left the same comments on my main post and in the reviews. And I think that's what happened here, where I'm getting some of these double readings. My bad. And then Jamee Smith Gomez said, "You're not a victim, grow up." And I told her, gaslighting me by victim blaming and using ageism against me is you proving my point. And then Jamee Smith Gomez said, "Oh, honey, you have no idea what gaslighting is, because if you did, you'd see that you're doing it right now. Also, I have no idea how old you are. You could be 70 for all I know. It's just clear you're emotionally immature and need to work on how you relate to others, because you're doing it quite poorly, especially for someone who claims to work in marketing." Whew. I'm going to try not to add more commentary and just read my comments at this point, because we've already been here for so long. It's like a 4-hour live. Damn. All right, let's keep going. So here's what I said to her. I said, "Oh, sweetie, if you need a definition of gaslighting, you would know that me addressing your gaslighting doesn't mean that is what I'm doing. Whether you know my age doesn't negate your age's commentary. Your insults of my emotions and maturity are also ableism. Just because I don't relate to people like you who are white supremacists doesn't mean I'm not good at marketing. My work history, degrees, certifications, press coverage, and results prove my strengths in marketing. Just because I speak out against your discrimination and bullying doesn't mean my company isn't doing well. I ranked number 14, 46th best Louisiana company by Best Startup Magazine US 2022. I'm doing good. I started the first deaf owned marketing team I can find in the United States, and I've owned my business for 11 years plus. I have over 13 years experience in the field. I'll be fine. I relate to people with value alignment." And then Beth Coleman said regarding Cass Hope, who wasn't admitting that she was Cass Sinclair, "It's the same person, you dumbass." And I responded to her, "I would say the person stalking me from multiple accounts is the dumbass." So I think at this point, all the ableism and ageism and audism and discrimination used against me is getting to me, to where I did say the dumbass word here. I did use it. I think I forgot I had said it here. But I wasn't like just being like, "Well, you're a dumbass," you know. I think it was the statement that I reflected back. It was said to me. I said, "I'm not the dumbass, you're the dumbass," kind of thing. So it's very much internalized ableism. Still problematic. It's just where my head was in that time. But yeah, I said, oh, and then I linked to my video. Oh, I should link in the description. I did a video on Murney and 83. And I had planned on doing a video in that format my comment said my next video in this format will be on this situation. So I had planned on doing this video in that news format and really editing it down. But the reason it's taken me 5 months is because that took me forever to do. And with all my workload at this point, I don't have the time to put that type of work effort into this. And so I just decided that the live stream would have to be the way to go, because I don't have, because you see how long it is me recording this live stream? It would be the same length, but then I would have had to edit it down and do a bunch of stuff. So that is one part. I don't have the time right now to edit all of this down, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave it as a live stream. And I'm experiencing, I had some file quality issues that I'm not chill with the video as well. So I'm going to still have to figure out that file quality issue before I try another more content production in that news flash style that I was trying with that. But I was going to try and do this in another news flash style, but that didn't end up happening. And because it's been this long, I decided to just go ahead and do this live stream. And so Beth Coleman, when she was telling me that those words weren't real and I told her they were real, she told me I was unhinged, seek help. And I said, please stop harassing, bullying, and discriminating against me. Please go educate yourself on why your behavior is wrong. Because that is ableism. And then Jamee Smith Gomez said, I'm fascinated how you rationalize your woeful lack of judgment and professionalism by accusing other people of being white supremacists and ableists. Again, those things don't mean what you think they mean. I'm amused you think I'm that way. You don't know me. You know nothing about my life, my own disability, or anything about my story. I think you don't like my critique about your behavior on your professional page, and you're unable to process your feelings of shame about that. So you're lashing out with some woke buzzwords because you think it makes you powerful. It doesn't. Your clients can see your behavior, and you're embarrassing yourself. I have no idea why you're intent on taking your business, but more power to you. How is any of this tanking my business, though? Why do they think that me discussing harm in society is tanking my business? I think it's because they base their own sense of business and self-worth in capitalism on harming others. So she doesn't think any of the discrimination that she has said is problematic. She doesn't think any of her words are examples of her discriminating or being white supremacist. She doesn't think that discrimination and white supremacy are tied. And she doesn't think that discriminating against me for mental health and for my age and for being deaf and for upholding all of that and for being nude and for being a woman and all of these things and for body shaming me and for slut shaming me and for insulting my mind so much at this point. She doesn't think any of that is problematic, right? Like, wow, it's like such cognitive dissonance. So I'm problematic for maintaining that it is wrong to harass and to antagonize people who buy things from you because they don't give you more money. And I think it is that her family drama where she stalked her niece, where I believe she did, I think that's all tied. Because if you think it's okay to stalk a minor without parental consent, you think it's okay to stalk a business, you don't think it's harassing a business to continue stalking them. You don't think that discriminating against someone for their age, for their mental health is ableism. You don't think discriminating, telling me that I'm like implying that I'm stupid because I post my nude body online is ableism or misogynistic. Or none of this is tied to white supremacy. It's just wild to me. And for her to use the word woke again this way, very hateful too. It's misappropriation of AAVE. And it's just interesting. It's wild to me. And it's interesting that you're calling terminology used for anti-discrimination woke buzzwords. That shows me how conservative you are. Where you are in your decolonizing journey is not far at all. And just because you're disabled doesn't mean you can't be ableist. Internalized ableism is a thing. And this is why I say that they're using their disabilities as a shield. It's not that I was actually ableist to them. You know what I'm saying? I never brought them down for being disabled, but they are trying to bring me down for disabilities. Okay, let's keep going. I know I said I wasn't going to keep commenting on it, but, you know, it's just hard to read all of this again. I said, you're fascinated with rationality because of your own lacking. When you defend and support white supremacy, someone is allowed to discuss their perspective of your white supremacy. When you support, I said, when you yourself do the action of or support other people who discriminate against mental health and deafness, you are engaging in ableism. Again, if you need a definition of ableist or white supremacy, perhaps you wouldn't act like you do. I have been cited by a medical foundation for my definition of an ableism. That is true. I am literally used as a peer-reviewed academic source by doctors on ableism. That is true. I don't have to know anything else about you to discuss the harm of your commentary and what you defend. I'm not amused about your discrimination. I find it upsetting. If you need help understanding this material when I produce my video on all of this, my sources will be linked. I think you don't like my critique of your behavior on my business page, so you discriminate, gaslight, bully, harass me because you're unable to process your feelings of shame or understand accountability for your own actions or words. You know, I've been discussing throughout here things that I am ashamed of related to decolonizing and how I'm working on myself, right? So it's not that I can't process shame. I just don't feel ashamed for calling out white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So then I said, you call simple vocabulary that defines your discrimination as buzzword because that is a way to gaslight, which has proven my point about you. You think me talking about your discrimination and white supremacy is about me being powerful because you are self-projecting what you base your own sense of power in. My clients support me. Me arguing with white supremacists doesn't change my income. I would be embarrassed if I were you. Just because I don't feel powerful doesn't mean I'm not proud of myself for speaking against you. I hope I do empower other business owners. You can stand your ground on human rights issues, and it does not impact your bottom line when you work with good people. I have no idea why you're intent on upholding white supremacy, but you do not know much about business if you think I'm tanking it. Whatever helps you sleep at night, though. And then Cassie Hope said, deleting critical comments on the defamatory post you chose to make does not exactly help boost your credibility. I can take screenshots too. And I said, hi, I'm deleting all comments that don't provide value to the conversation, but all screenshots will be used in my video about this. Discussing my perception of what happened is not a defamatory post. However, you making false allegations against me is. Your comments of discrimination hurting your credibility has nothing to do with my credibility. You are welcome to do what you wish with your screenshots on your platforms, just as I will with mine. And then this is just the screenshot that she had posted with that was the screenshot of Jamee Smith Gomez when she started with, I'm fascinated how you rationalize your woeful lack of judgment, professionalism thing. And then Julia Cole said, I'm pretty sure everyone is getting a thrill out of watching a 12-year-old bully go after people she doesn't know. So Julie's mask is slipping more and more. She's the one who started off with the whole love and light bullshit. And I said, I'm pretty sure the people using ageism among other forms of discrimination as a group to attack one person while claiming you are not responsible for what you say to strangers are the bullies. Please stop harassing me. And I'm not going after them. They are commenting to me on my page. I've only responded, at this point, I've only stuck to responding what was done on my page. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. If Cass wants to talk about me on her page for leaving a bad review there, she can go right ahead. It's her page. If she wants to talk about the reviews on her page, that's fine. It's very common for businesses to talk about the reviews on our pages. It's totally fine. So, I did block them. So, Diane Faye was one other person I blocked. Did I get that earlier? So I was able to block these people. I have like the screenshots. And then Holly Woodworth wasn't, I don't think Holly Woodworth commented to me, or if she did, we didn't get to it yet. But she was laughing at things. Blocked her. Lauren Claire Johnson got blocked. And then, I think we're nearing the end. Oh my god, this is such a long live stream. I did not think it would be this long, you guys, I swear. This might be possibly my longest one. I might have one other that might be longer. I think it's an Alexander Graham Bell one. I think one of my Alexander Graham Bell lives is longer, but this is possibly either my longest or second longest live stream. We'll see. We'll see if it's the longest by the end of it. Okay. And then, I have no proof, but I believe, based on the wording and based on everything else we've seen, based on the patterns and based on everything, I believe this is Cass Sinclair leaving me a Google review as none of your business, where it says, when the owner of this business gets reviews she does not like, she uses her Facebook business page to broadcast bullying and libelous claims about the reviewer. Avoid doing business with her at all costs. This woman goes after other disabled content creators and business owners for simply disagreeing with her with untrue personal attacks against people she does not even know. And based on the other reviews on her Facebook page, it does not look like I'm alone in this experience. What she is offering is something you're looking for. I cannot recommend doing business with someone so immature and unhinged. I sincerely hope she gets the help she needs. So, because it's first person, I believe that is Cass Sinclair leaving a review called Under None Your Business. She's never worked with me before, ever. And even her friends admitted what I was saying were true, because they said I was airing out her dirty laundry and that I was talking about her family drama. So how was I airing out her dirty laundry or talking about her family drama if um if if it wasn't true? That's all I want to know. So that's, I believe those two statements are admissions I was telling the truth. Um And I'm not going to address this all again because I've already fucking done that. But here's what I had said to her on that review. I said, I am being bullied, stalked, and harassed by white supremacists led and incited by Cass Sinclair. Cass Sinclair is a racist who discriminates against deaf people, discriminates against people for mental health, culturally appropriates Romani culture, stalks minors, is stalking me, brags about bullying people who don't pay her more money, is bullying me, and is using other white supremacists to defend her actions. The only bad reviews I have are from white supremacists who have denied that Black Lives Matter because they don't believe Black people experience racism, use slurs against mental health, discriminate against mental health, etc. I have never gone after disabled creators. While using mentally ableist vernacular against me, along with discriminating against me for deafness, Cass Sinclair is claiming she is not responsible for being a white supremacist if she is disabled. Just because you claim you're not responsible for yourself because you're disabled doesn't mean I'm going after you for your disability. It just means you're being ableist, as shown by your other ableist commentary against me. Using my business page to discuss my perspective of white supremacists who stalk, harass, bully, and discriminate against me is not libel or bullying. That is just you gaslighting me. The fact I stand up against people who like you is a reason to do business with me. I will fight for human rights, and I will not let white supremacists like this who retaliate against me stop me from doing the right thing. I fight for my clients just as hard as I fight for human rights issues. This woman being part of a group of white supremacists who have harassed me together and bullied together does not mean the experience of white supremacists such as this are valid. If what she was trying to do was fight discrimination, why would she think it is appropriate to discriminate against me for disabilities and mental health? That is ableism and proof of gaslighting me. Calling me immature and unhinged and saying I need help is ageist and ableist of you. Both facets of white supremacy. Right on track for a white supremacist such as yourself. And that is the last comment. We made it. We did it. Yeah, boy. All right. Let's process this shit. Holy fuck. Did I really just do a 4-hour live stream? It's not technically over with yet. God damn, that was a lot of information. Okay, so here's reflecting what I think, harmful. I feel like I should have done more due diligence and better work on my sources with the white supremacy aspect. I'm happy with my sources on the rest of this. I'm not entirely happy with the documentation that I discussed with the white supremacy aspect, with some of it, but I discussed that when I discussed it. But I mean, in some ways, I don't even think I should be like talking on white supremacy. Like, not that I should be, I think I'm the front woman, for lack of a better word, of speaking out on white supremacist issues or something like that, or whatever. But it's more of like, as part of my decolonizing and my processing of life and where I'm at in life, it's like, where I'm at is I can't tolerate white supremacy in my space. And the reason I feel this way, I'm going to have to go into, that's an entirely different story. So, but does that mean that I myself, am free from the harms of white supremacy? No, because as a white person, I benefit from white supremacy. So therefore it's inside of me from, like all of that, right? So indoctrination, education, upbringing, lack of lived experiences, all impact that, right? So, but where I'm at in life is been catching up on finances, catching up on work. Um, right now, I'm just kind of like, my workload is pretty packed. Finances breaking even. Um, I've got everything I need and I'm very grateful. And I'm hoping soon I'll be in a place where I can actually like sustainably invest. Because right now I'm at a place where I got $5 to throw here and there. But what can I regularly do with that is the most helpful? And one thing I also struggle with too is there's so many anti-racist educators that I follow. It's like, okay, great. Now I want to go, like, I've paid for anti-racism work before here and there, because I've never been able to be like, let me subscribe to a channel or something, because I've never been in a place where I'm like, okay, I know I'm always going to have this amount of money on this date because my money comes when it comes, right? So yeah, I don't know. So that's where I need to figure out if I'm getting more stable, where do I start? So I have a creator in mind I want to go to. We're gonna see what happens. And yeah, I don't think I'm like far. Like, I'm not like, yeah, I'm decolonized. You're not decolonized. No, that's not what I think is happening here. I'm like, what? But, um, I think just because I'm working on myself doesn't mean I can't discuss all of these other issues here too. And, I don't think it's defamation to talk about what someone said or to talk about things that you saw. Um, the way it got to this far is I was not left alone when I was repeatedly letting you're harassing me. So I feel I have evidence for why I feel the way I feel. And you can believe me, you cannot believe me. It speaks to value alignment. I'm going to close this bitch out because I talk too much. And I am sleepy. It's almost 3 a.m. here. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate you. And I hope that you have a great day. And yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for watching. You might want to adjust the volume after all of this because a loud music is going to play. So yeah, adjust the volume. And then if you're coming to these lives anyway, I do have a loyalty program, yolo.child.com/loyalty. If you sign up for my site as a member and you follow the check-in procedure, you can get points just for showing up to these lives anyway. So I just want to let you know about that. Yeah, I always have a really hard time saying goodbye because saying goodbye really just kind of feels like you're Tom Hanks. You know what I mean? Over here, just like Wilson. But anywho, yeah. So thank you for being here and goodbye. Wait, I'm a liar. Okay, I know I said that I was leaving. I don't know if you're still here or not. But if you are, whoops. Fucking, yeah, bitches, my bad. What happened was, so I think I forgot to show this source too. I just wanted to point out the reason I used the word stalking, similar to the reason I used the word harassment, was just any form of unwanted contact. So, defamation or libel or slander, you know, if I accuse someone of doing something and I am leading someone to believe they did something that they didn't do, and if I were lying, you know, um, it would have to show that, like, I am using a word that is assigning a false definition, right? I'm accusing her of having contacted a minor that her niece, and her sister is no contact with her, and she contacted her niece anyway, and her sister asked her to stop. All right, that's what I was telling her. Like, that is technically stalking because it is contacting someone without consent. Non-consensual communications such as repeated phone calls, emails, text messages, and unwanted gifts are considered stalking by RAINN. And so that is a post that she made. So when people are saying that I'm airing out her family business and airing out her dirty laundry or whatever, I'm not the one who aired it out. She's the one denying that she aired it out. But whatever. It was said, and that's what I'm talking about. So, I'm not accusing her of, you know, like, of following any child or anything like that. No, I'm only accusing her of contacting somebody. That is all. I just want to be very clear. You know what I'm saying? Like, of what that is and why I use that word is because I've heard it in this context before. I don't think I highlighted that definition. Or if I just want to make sure before I go real quick, um, did I get all of my sources here? Now, I don't remember if I came back to Facebook misogyny, slut shaming, or just woman hating, but I just wanted to point out that we had, from The Guardian, there was that Facebook misogyny, slut shaming, or just woman hating. And it's kind of like a thing where it's basically old-fashioned misogyny, you know? Um, and I just wanted to put that out there whenever they're basically, you know, saying that, like, they were basically saying that, I'm immature and stuff because I have nude photos online. That is slut shaming me. That is body shaming me. Trying to make me feel bad for my naked body existing or for sharing it is slut shaming me. And here's the other thing. Between now and then, I added an extra layer where on my website, you can't even enter it, where you have to verify you're 18 to come in. But even before then, I still had the same current header that is up now, where in the header, it has a content warning, a suggestion for 18 plus, content warning that includes nudity. So I you know, try very hard to make sure who my space is for, right? Um, and and they're trying to embarrass or harass me just because I'm seen as, or demean me for being seen as publicly promiscuous, right? So that's like an issue here that we are facing. Um, And then this other blog by HuffPost, why female nudity isn't obscene but is threatening to a sexist status quo. The threat that female toplessness and self-articulated nudity poses is culturally defined and can be culturally redefined so that people recognize that the offense to morality is misogyny, not nudity. Thank you. So they're trying to act like there's something wrong with me existing or having shared my nude body. There is not. And then there's a quote from Ana Alvarez. I cannot pronounce this. Is it Calde? I am so sorry. I did not look up how to say this name, and I feel like we should look this up now because holy fuck. Oh, that's not the word. This is close.
Do we have the correct pronunciation of your name?
Fuck, I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. I feel possibly racist, xenophobic, or something like that. But look, Errecalde. Okay, violence towards women begins with the repression of sexuality, the appropriation of childbirth, the interference with all vital cycles, and the creation of manipulative roles. A negated mother will also negate her body and her presence to her children, so they will ultimately conform to her unattended, unloved, and unnourished society. So the first part of that, violence towards women begins with the repression of sexuality. Yeah. And then misogyny, feminism, and sexual harassment. It means hatred towards women. And it takes place from, sexual harassment, belittling of women, violence against women, and sexual objectification. So, yeah, fucking... This is some shit that community really needs to look into. And, yeah. I don't know. Fucking, sorry, I'm like a little brain dead, but I just wanted to make sure I hit all of these before we left. I think I did get the rest. I just didn't discuss those three. Oh, last one, DARVO. Deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender is a tactic a person may use to deflect responsibility onto an individual they have abused. It is a form of manipulation a person may use to discredit a survivor's experience. Someone may use DARVO to make it seem as though the survivor of their abuse is actually the perpetrator. A person who uses DARVO may deny that they have done anything wrong. They may have also stated that they are the one who has experienced abuse rather than the actual survivor. This form of manipulation may make it difficult for other people to determine who is telling the truth. So, yeah. So it means deny. When a perpetrator of abuse may deny that they've done anything wrong, they minimize the feelings of the person they've abused. They may tell the person that they've abused that they are overly sensitive, blowing things out of proportion, being ridiculous. Attack. When a perpetrator is accused of wrongdoing, they may attack the credibility and character of the survivor of their abuse. They may bring up incidents from a person's past to discredit their accusations. Or a perpetrator may state that the survivor of their abuse is a liar, has mental health issues, misuses drugs or alcohol, consented to what happened, has a history of making false accusations. They may also use gaslighting to confuse the survivor of their abuse. Gaslighting is when a person manipulates another person into doubting their own reality. It may cause a survivor of abuse to second guess what happened. Reverse victim and offender. A person may state that the survivor of their abuse is actually the one who perpetuated it. Perpetuated or perpetrated? That's why I'm getting it messed up. Perpetrated it. Their aim is to discredit the survivor while making it seem as though they are the one who has been abused. For example, the perpetrator may lie and state that the survivor of their abuse is out to get them, trying to make them look bad or ruin their life, trying to get custody of their children, trying to get money from them, jealous of them, angry that they rejected them. So yeah. I just want y'all to, if y'all reflect on this and then reflect on what I said, on what I have proof I said, and on what I have proof that they said, and just, let that marinate. Let that marinate. So yeah, I just felt like it was super important to come back to that. I apologize. I realized that I hadn't left that, but I'm just double checking. It looks like I definitely got everything out. I just wanted to make sure we covered those sources. Thank you so much. I'm not going to play that outro thing again, but I am going to go back to the loud music outro. So, I'm not going to do my goodbye reel again, but I am going to go to that little outro. And the reason I rolled that clip at the end, in case you missed that, so my very first live streams that I was doing, I accidentally cut myself off because not only is there a delay because I have the captioner on for the live stream, there's also a delay because between the streaming service and the YouTube, there will be a delay too. So between all of these delays, I will end the live stream and then it will stop streaming before continuing to stream what I had been filming and saying and doing You know, everything that was happening in that delay time will get cut off. So that's why I put the music at the end so I don't cut off my words again. Alright, I'm sorry I'm like this. We're really ending this damn thing. Yes, I talked this long. Did I mention how good your hair looks today? Alright, I appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Here is loud music. Adjust your volume if needed.
Romani.